We are so glad that you're all here. We have amazing lineup of speakers that are going to be here sharing their experience, strength, and hope. We're so excited for today. This is a culmination of months of hard work of putting this together, and we're so glad to be here in Charleston, South Carolina. Dude, this is so awesome. What are you feeling?
I'm a little nervous. We're all the same and we're family. And I'm so excited to see them actually come to life. And we're going to spread some hope this weekend. And we do coming.
So Freedom Fest, right? Freedom Fest, freedom, the bondage, freedom from the bondage of alcohol and drugs, and freedom from the bondage of self. And we're never alone, never again, right? We're here and we're recovering out loud. And we're shouting it from the mountaintops because if we can do it, you can do it. And if our speakers coming up here today, they can do it, you can do it. It's hard. It's hard. Getting sober, staying sober, hardest thing I've ever done. But we can do it. We can do it. I got some thank yous from our sponsors. I want to talk about our sponsors for a second. Soberhands.com. Our brother Mike, soberhands.com. Our friends from Recover Out Loud. They're wearing Recover Out Loud hoodie and a sober hat, so I'm rocking all the sponsor gear. And Elite Home Detox. Elite Home Detox. Very good friends, and they work with us on everything we do, so they're going to be with us for the long haul. They don't know yet, but I'm working. We love you. Southern Sky Recovery. Southern Sky Recovery. Seagrove Recovery. We know you can't do this by yourself. Team effort and the people that have come together with us. Wake Up Carolina is going to be here. Everybody knows Wake Up Carolina. Favor Low Country is going to be here. Also, the Live 5 News is here. Live 5 News is here. They will be filming and conducting interviews. Anybody who wants to be interviewed by Live 5, you want to get your message out there, she is willing to talk to you. And so that there will be cameras present, and you may be on TV. So
And TikTok.
and we've got cameras going all over the place. So we're going to be on the Facebook, on the TikTokies, on the YouTubies, on the Instagramies, you name it, we're going to be on everything. So if you're uncomfortable, buy a Recover Out Loud hoodie, cover your face, and then the hoodies are phenomenal. But I want to thank all of you guys for being here today. People that have come from all over the country to be here in this beautiful, beautiful spot, Charleston, South Carolina.
Just beyond grateful that you guys are here and where my silly little TikToks took us. And our community is unbelievable. And with friends I've made because of social media. And like a lot of people are stuck at home when they're recovering or even want recovery. And they just go on social media and there's communities and there's so much love and compassion. You guys have heard my worst days ever, but love me more than my own family. And I'm just overfilled with gratitude. Thank you, guys.
Okay, so thank you. We're going to take about a 45-second pause to get set up for our first speaker. Greg's going to come up here and talk about powerlessness. But until then, take 45 seconds and we're going to get set up. Ready, big? very special guest, my friend Fred Bass from, he's the CEO of Elite Home Detox. He's gonna come up here and talk powerlessness. Powerlessness is my favorite topic, so if he doesn't do well here, I'm gonna judge him tomorrow. This is, a lot of places are judgment-free zones, but not this one. This topic, everything else is cool, but this topic. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Fred. Give him a big round of applause, please.
All right, my name's Freddie King. I'm an addict.
Thanks, Fred.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for inviting us, and thank you so much for inviting me to share. I was a little nervous coming up. It's been a while since I've spoken anywhere or done any type of engagement like this, but I prayed last night to the God. I said, God, please use me as a vessel. Let me just share my experience, straight and hope, and hopefully inspire someone. So I'd like to qualify first, and I'll kind of sprinkle in the powerlessness, kind of throughout my story, right? I'm originally from Tampa, Florida. Started, using drugs and alcohol at the age of 10, right? I started smoking weed. I started, drinking, and things started progressing fairly quickly, or early on in my life, right? And it even showed beforehand, before the substances were involved, with just my behavior, my thought process, my false belief systems on what I thought was cool or what I thought was a man and things like that. I grew up in an Italian household, and that kind of played into my ego. That played into the person, the monster that I was becoming, right? And I started that path very early on. Right? I started running the streets. I dropped out of school in the 6th grade, right? I didn't step to this out of high school, no. Through the course of my early teenage years, I had my first daughter when I was 15. So I was a baby having babies, right? And I was scared. I didn't know what to do, right? I was in an alternative school, so I got kicked out. I got, the mother of my kids now. I got pregnant. I didn't know, right? I'm just trying to navigate life. And that was probably some of the most challenging times of my life early on. Right, was me not knowing what I was doing, or not knowing, I was involving myself in adult behaviors without knowing the consequence. Now, right back then, there was a consequence and something negative. Now it's a blessing. But I was going through these challenges at a very young age, right? And my thought process is really what I noticed that I was powerless over. Right, I was powerless over my emotions and my feelings. I had inner outbursts. Right, I was in a mental hospital multiple times that I could count. I was in, I got arrested multiple times that I could count. It was very challenging. Right, a lot of arrests, a lot of possession charges, a lot of battery charges. Kind of fast forward a little bit. 2 years later, I had my second daughter. Right, another scary thing. Right, I had my first daughter when I was 15. My second daughter at 17. At this point, I think I'm working at a public supermarket and a grocery store, and that was my ambition, right? That was become a manager, put money in a 401k while I was doing drugs, and try to provide for my family. And the course of the progression, right? I call it, people have a bucket list, right? I call it a bucket list. I say, fuck it. I'm never going to do it. But then I say, fuck it. And I do, right? I said, I was never going to do cocaine. I was never going to do ecstasy. I was never going to do heroin. I was never going to do meth. Eventually, at a certain point, my powerlessness became overwhelming, and I couldn't control what I was doing. And I just said, fuck it. I started checking those things. And that's where, my disease kind of took a turn, right? When I started drinking, I just started saying, fuck it. I kept having these behavior things going on. I had multiple arrests, kind of throughout that time. Again, like I said, possession charges and mainly, battery charges. My last big arrest was battering on a law enforcement officer and threatening public service. Right, I was out of my mind. I was in a psychosis and threatening my neighbors, and again, going back to that, I was emotionally dysregulated. Right, I couldn't deal with my feelings and emotions. I was, trying to fill a void within inside myself. And you know, that was the last big one, right? So I was looking at 10 or 15 years because I had prior possession charges before that. I was looking at drug diversion and X, Y, and Z, all the things that we go through. And in the course of, you know, me getting arrested for that, you know, I was supposed to, you know, do like a urine sample, right? I was doing a urine sample. This is how God was working in my life before I even acknowledged him, right? Was Father's Day of 2013. Me and my ex had a horrible relationship, you know, anger, fighting, you know, we didn't live together, right? I'm you know, 17, almost, I think I was 18 at the time, actually. You know, we're separated, I'm trying to see the kid, make it work, I'm getting high, you know, cocaine was my main substance of choice and, you know, Xanax. So I was on this like combination of this up and down, up and down, up and down. And, the point that led me up to like actually seeking treatment and seeking the recovery was Father's Day of 2013. Just completely eyes rolled back to my head. Father's Day, I tried to stay sober my entire day to see my kids. Like that was like I'm gonna stay clean and sober. I'm not gonna lose. I'm not gonna drink in order to see my kids. I kept calling my ex. She didn't answer. Finally at night, I just said, fuck it. All the drugs that I was going to do in the day, I did them in like a 2-hour time span. You know, a lot of things at once. I was writing suicide notes, right? That was my, you know, that was my goal. It's like, I didn't want to live in, because I couldn't see my kids. I was this young kid. I just felt like the world was spiraling. I truly felt powerless in that moment. You know, and I put a gun in my head multiple times and pulled the trigger knowing that there was a bullet in the chamber, but just like hoping, you know, just hoping there was, right? And that's where like my disease of addiction and my thought process was at that time, you know. Anyway, long story short, I overdosed and I went to the mental hospital, right? They found a suicide note. They found, thank God they didn't find anything else, right? My mom saved my life just multiple times, but you know, instead of taking me to jail, they took me to the mental hospital, which was a blessing, right? Because Monday, I was supposed to go see probation and actually do a urine screen. If I would have done that, then worse things would have happened. So I went to this hospital, you know, I'm like, you know, dazed and confused. I don't know what the fuck's happening, you know, tunnel vision. You know, I wake up paramedics, you know, I'm strapped up, I'm like locked up to the bed. So I'm like ripping out IVs, blood's everywhere. And again, I got admitted, and at that point, I knew that I needed to make a change. So I'm in this mental hospital for a week. It's my first ever time being at like this adult insane asylum in Tampa, Florida. Right, not a place you want to, you know, you don't want to visit those places. It's not a fun place. You know, I had a guy like in the corner talking to Smurfs, and it was just wild. Right, it was wild. I'm like, I don't need to be here, but. I did because God saved me from like potential prison time and jail and like a lot more. So in the course of this, you know, I fall in love in the mental hospital, right? I found a beautiful woman that was in the army. She was, you know, again, the powerlessness of women and drugs and video games and all of it, right? It's manifested in my life throughout this entire time, right? And I found this police officer, army, you know, beautiful woman. She might have been from Charleston, South Carolina. I don't know, but she was great. She was a little Southern belle. She was phenomenal. And I was like, I'm in love. I'm right where I am, you know. And you know, she helped me kind of get through some of that time. You know, I had somebody to talk to that was kind of normal. And I was like, this is a God shot. She's a police officer in the army. I'm a drug addict and almost a felon. This is a match made in heaven, right? That's the insanity of my thought process, right? And this 18-year-old kid weighing 120 pounds soaking wet. I kept seeing this commercial online, or you know, we're watching TV. It was like the playoff. It was Miami versus somebody basketball. And I keep seeing this commercial. You know, big treatment center out in California. You know, my ego is so inflated that I'm like, that's a celebrity rehab that I need to go to. You know, they cure you good. You know, so I went to that place and again, that's where my like ego took me. It was like, I need to get like to that celebrity rehab place to like arrive, right? Which was like a crazy thought. You know, in the course of that, right, I went to treatment. you know, I was in that mental hospital for a week. I got out, you know, flew out and I flew to California, right? I was supposed to be out there 30 days. Of course I fell in love again, you know, because love was my second addiction, right? Like all of it, right? So I fell in love and we moved into sober living together. We relapsed. I went back to the sober living, fell in love with another girl. You know, eventually ended up in San Francisco getting high and extended. And I always say this joke, right? Like my disease of addiction took me to depths that I never thought was achievable in my life, right? Again, that fucking list just became worse and worse and worse. You know, that was I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready for recovery. I didn't understand the disease of addiction. I didn't understand that it lied in my thought process and my behaviors and the way I maneuver around life, right? I thought a drug addict was somebody that had a needle in their arm, that was homeless. Like that wasn't my story. So like I couldn't relate with those people, you know. And then once I understood the disease of addiction is I had dis-ease with myself, right? My old sponsor broke that down to me. He's like, what does disease mean? And I gave him some 18-year-old response to my arrogant ass. And I was like, you know, this and that. He's like, no, you're at dis-ease with yourself, right? And I was trying to fill that void because I was so powerlessness that I was trying to hold on to something. You know, whether it's a relationship or the drugs or the false belief system of my life at the time. You know, so I went there, I ended up getting high in San Francisco and like, I ended up smoking birth control, right? That's like where my disease took me. I felt really emotional that night, really touching my feelings, a lot of estrogen flow. You know, that's the type of shit that like I did. You know, because I got ripped off by a homeless person in the Tenderloin in San Francisco, which is like just horrible, right? And I had this big scheme, right? Goddamn, I'm smoking that hair, all the shit that we do, right? And I had no money. My parents cut me off. My biggest scam was to fall down some stairs in San Francisco to try to sue somebody, and or buy scratcher tickets and then cut the box and put the right numbers on the corresponding ticket, not realizing there's a barcode on that, right? Like the insanity, the powerlessness, right, to all of it. So, you know, fast forward a little bit, you know, my family cut me off. I went back to treatment. I really like this solution kind of talking about, yeah, I just wanted to qualify. I qualified. I'm qualified. I think I am. You know, all my friends joke say, you drink a little bit too hard on the weekends. You know, I'm like, I want some sugar. You know, so you know, I went back to treatment, and that's where I found the winter bed. Right. Again, I didn't know difference. I knew that other fellowships, I had something to do, right? I still do. I feel like I'm dyslexic. I feel like I have a speech impediment. You know, I got all the excuses, right? 6th grade education. But it was hard for me to read some of the other literature and some of the other fellowships. And I give credit to those fellowships because they've you know, let other fellowships branch off from there. But NA is where I found my recovery. Basic text, easy for me to read. You know, it was a simple process, not a simple process. It was a simple read for me, and the process, you know, is what I needed. And the consistency that I found within the rooms, right? I went to 2 to 3 meetings a week or a day for my first 2 years, right? I really dedicated my life to this, you know, early on to like just trying to have the best shot at something. And the powerlessness at the time, right? I didn't see my kids for 3 years. When I moved to California, my oldest daughter was going to be 1, 3 days before my youngest daughter was going to be 1, 3 days before I moved to California. My oldest daughter was going to, you know, coming up on 2.5, 3, I think, and like that was what I do it for, right? I do it for them. And you know, again that powerless theme like played a big role in my early recovery, but I didn't give up, right? Like I just persevered and I kept fucking going. I said, I'm gonna build my life into something that I didn't want or deserve before I came into the woods. You know, because I didn't want this, right? They said, you know, you have a life beyond your wildest dreams. My wildest dreams, you know, a lot of strippers, a lot of cocaine, like shit that just wasn't cohesive with like a normal process of life. Right now I have a life I didn't want or deserve, but I'm so grateful that I had, you know. Today I own and run multiple companies. I've done a lot in the industry over my decade career. Has been in the treatment, you know, space out in California. I have a beautiful wife that I've met while, you know, working in treatment. while being in recovery, while just being a good person, right? I'm a good human being. I give as much as I can. You know, I put myself in the background to make sure everybody else is good. You know, I got two of my colleagues, Austin and Glennis here, like two of my best friends. They've been riding with me for like 10 years and 5 years. You know, I've always shared and just brought them into whatever I could, you know. So it takes time, right? It's a natural progression, right? I always say this: you can have one, scenario in one situation, and you can look at it one from a negative light and have a negative result, or two, a positive light and have a positive result. You know, you can have a car accident and you can say, this piece of shit cut me off and I hate this day and this and that. Or you could say, you know what, thank God nobody got it. You could say, thank God I got insurance. You know, thank God, everybody's fine. So it's really about perspective for me that really regained that power back in my life, right? And you have to watch it, right? Because you don't want that creeping the ego or think you know some shit, right? Like I try to remain as humble as possible in my day-to-day actions, right? And given the roles that I played in life and the CEO titles and the ownership titles, right? I still lean on people for advice, right? And I've had great mentors over the years, both in recovery and both in business, that have helped like transform my life into something that I couldn't have like this, right? I couldn't have done this on my own, right? I put in a lot of work. I listen to a lot of Tony Robbins, right? I'm in these board meetings with doctors early on and treatment spaces, and I'm like, fuck, I'm straight education. I don't have what it takes, right? Like I these people aren't going to listen to me, but I'm yelling at myself on the 405 and they're pumping myself up to make sure that I speak eloquently, that I speak effectively, that I communicate appropriately to these people and help the clients at the time that I was servicing, right, as a case manager. So, my life has been amazing. I'm still a work in progress. I know I've probably been speaking for a little while now. Just to kind of fast forward to the last, this past year, right? This past year in my journey has been one of the most challenging years of my life, right? I've been questioning myself, right? I made some bad business decisions. I lost some money, right? I lost some of the financial aspects that kind of kept me in a very comfortable place. But through uncomfortability lies growth, right? And in that growth, the last year, even of the stuff that I felt like going wrong, that's not fully gone wrong yet. But I've learned a lot, right? And I've expanded, some of the heartache, and now I have that experience, like move and operate in different fashions now, right? And share that experience with other people. Family stuff going on. My mother-in-law got diagnosed with cancer. I had to fly to Florida for 2 weeks with my whole entire family, right? I got 2 younger kids too. My 2 older kids, right? My oldest is 15. My second oldest is 13. They live up in Portland, so I fly up there from California very frequently. I get to show up for them. I got to take my oldest one to her first what's the expression in the dances? Homecoming. I got to fly up there, right? Like I get to show up to my kids today. I get to show up to my ex. I have an amazing relationship with her. She had to go up there and do like a little intervention with her because she was drinking too much. I showed up unannounced. I jumped on a flight. I said, look, this is not okay. We had an emotional, conversation, and she started doing a little bit better, right? I get to show up with my kids because nobody else is making their life special other than me. I got to go up there. My daughter didn't want to dress up in a dress, right? So I bought her some Jordan 4s. I bought her friends some Jordan 4s. I said, baby, we're going to get you a nice sparkly dress and the shoes to match with, So it's the things like that brought my life just like full circle, right? My oldest daughter too, right? Smoked a little weed recently, drank a little alcohol, was having sex at the age of 15, right? The same age that I was doing my shit. I fucking flew up there, 12-hour notice, did an intervention on her, ambushed her, and now she's with me in California. I said, we're going to set a higher standard of life than what you've been exposed to, right? Because I built this person, and I want my kids to be a reflection of what I have built. I'm not perfect. I just do the best I can on a daily basis to like make sure my family's, that's the biggest thing in my life. I was really, it gets me emotional talking about this because it was the exact same path that I took. She wasn't as bad as I was, but you know, we're doing this whole intervention, and I told her, I said, you were the first reason why I got clean sober, you know, and it's hard, right? It's hard, watching an image, you know, your twin at the age that you have for that, do similar things that you were doing, and maybe a little bit of the less fashion, but still a fashion that I don't want her operating. So now she's living with dad and she hates it. I got her enrolled in school, right? I was navigating all this the last like 3 weeks. Like I had to get transcripts. This is the crazy part too. I was never on their questions as a kid. So technically, like the challenges that I faced over the last couple of weeks and the last couple of months, I had to get an attorney. I had to, you know, again, God in recovery is talking just show up and do the right things and good things happen, you know? So I had to like submit all these documents to old school and get all these things. And, you know, at that point I felt powerless, you know, but thank God I put in the footwork months previous where I said, you know what, I'm not going for school up there in Portland, but I'll send you all court documents. I built a great, you know, I'm a networking guy. I built a great relationship with a counselor up there at a 5-minute phone call. She's like, I'm going to help you, right? She sent me the transcript. She sent me the vaccination records. I got my daughter enrolled in school, right? It was like, felt like such a relief. And thank God I have the availability and flexibility to do these things and show up, right? And just be consistent, be that consistent. You know, and you know, I got 2 other little babies. I got 3 girls, and I finally had a little Freddie Jr., and it's just a beautiful life. You know, it's a good quality of life. You know, I don't have everything that I want, but I have everything that I need. You know, I get to go home to my babies every day. I get to, you know, it's hard for me to be away from them right now. But you know, I get to pick up my daughter from high school that I gave help checking. You know, because my mom wasn't checking. I check, you know, I'm all up in her shit. Like she hates it. You know, I'm like, I'm texting me. Okay, who's that? Who's calling? Okay, all right, we got this. You know, she knows I'm a little crazy. So, you know, but it's an amazing life that I've built. Like, I see this as being inspiring, like, not arrogance at all, right? I built companies on my back. I brought friends involved to like things that I was doing, like just share whatever I could with them. And I say that because like, I shouldn't have been doing those things. You know, I should not have been doing those things. If you saw my life 12 years ago, right, it was day and night difference, the way I operated, the way I talked, and so forth and so on. I got spoke for over 20 minutes, so yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to hijack the last 30 minutes of your guys' slide, but I appreciate everything that I have today, and you know, you guys, you know, Never Alone Recovery. I appreciate all of you guys being involved in this and the sponsors and everything else. I'll end on this, you know. Life's not easy. It does get easier. Sometimes there's ups and downs. You know, I always say I'm highly stressed and I'm highly blessed. You know, that's all I got. Thank you.
What a way to start Freedom Fest, right? What a way. You know, Fred, thank you so much for coming up here, for being a part of this with us. Fred's very humble. Fred has dedicated his life to helping us and with the companies that he has. And I just want to thank you from Bob Mayer, Never Alone Recovery, from everybody around. Thank you for being here with us. And you didn't hijack any time, you know, we actually asked you to get that time, so it's good. Good. And, you know, I don't think we're gonna have anybody else come up here and say that they is slow birth control. So. It is amazing. This is the first. This is the first, you know. Okay, so we are gonna take a little break now. And our next speaker is gonna be coming up in 15 minutes. Maybe a little more, a little less. So take a little break, have some coffee. There's some snacks back there, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back. Speaker one, powerlessness was phenomenal. I came up and did a phenomenal job. Thank you. Good. So our next speaker, Krista and we started this tiki-taki stuff back in July, right? And Peter told me 5 years ago that I was gonna be on tiki-taki every morning. I'd have told you we were crazy person, right? But here we are. And from that, we have made a host of new friends. And James and Leanna are here from It's Feral But Sober. And they They've got a host of friends with them. Melanie's here. I'm not gonna say her screen name. And Mary and Chrissy and Renee's around here somewhere. And these connections that come from social media are so outstanding. And so I can't wait for you guys to hear from James and Leanna. And so first up, we're going to have James Barr, who's going to come up, and we're talking about unmanageability, but we're going to talk about whatever they want to talk about. So God bless. Well, first of all, I want to say, Fred, where are you at? Hey, thank you for your vulnerability. Thank you for sharing the story. Great job. Thank you so much for recognition. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for the invite. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Freedom Fest. Thank you all for being here. Yeah. Unmanageability. So my message to you guys isn't directly with unmanageability in the moment. It's more of like the aftermath. So I'm going to give you a little bit about myself, and then I'm going to deliver a message of hope before Leanna, our awesome creator, who's up here and speaks to you. So there was a time in my life when I didn't think I would live long enough to stand before you. Not because I didn't want to, but because I didn't know how to. If you've ever been in a bad way from that point, this message is for you. So good morning. Good morning. Before we begin, I want to tell you who I am, not because my story is special, because it proves what is possible. My name is James, and 6 months ago, I walked out of prison again. But my most recent recovery journey didn't start 6 months ago. It started well over 5 years ago. For more than 25 years, addiction has shaped and plagued my life. It shaped my choices. It shaped my relationships. It shaped my thinking. I lived on the edges of morality, responsibility, and of humanity. I hurt people who loved me. And I broke trust that didn't deserve me for me. And more than once, my life ended up behind bars because of it. But 5 years ago, something happened. While I was incarcerated, I stopped asking, why is this happening to me? I started asking, what is happening inside of me? And I began to look honestly at my thinking, at my behaviors, at the beliefs that kept leading me back to drugs. Inside those walls, I found something I never expected, a higher power, which I choose to follow. Not a slogan, not a debate, but a presence that held me accountable, but also offering grace. I addressed my traumas, those deep-seated stories that I sat quietly crying in the corner, and that I had buried for decades. I learned how pain had shaped my survival strategies. And slowly, I became somebody who cared again.
I became a Duke supporter. Not because I had the answers, but because I finally learned how to listen. Listen to their stories. And along the way, I was influenced and met people who lived integrity out loud, such as Hall of Famer Michael Singletary. Norm Mulder, the founder of Tafuku, which stands for the only person who teaches you about changing your habits, starting a new life. And Alex Sheen, the founder of Because I Said I Would, that stand behind the promises we make to people and to ourselves. It's those people who showed me that accountability and service and follow through can rebuild life. Then on July 1st of last year, 2025, I was released again. Woo! Yes. Yes. And unknowing what was going to happen in my life, I walked into my family's arms again. The same family that I had hurt for decades. The same family who had every reason to give up on. But they didn't. They cared totally when I could not. And they believed I could be a better version of myself, even when my past argued otherwise. And then I met someone who changed my life in a different way. I met Leanne. She didn't ask me to be perfect. She didn't ask me to sanitize my story. She welcomed me with compassion, honesty, and a steady, loving voice. Together, Leanne and I share a deep passion for helping people see the best versions of themselves, supported by the community. And we agree on something powerful, that sometimes community lives next door. But sometimes it comes from people far away who understand your heart better than anybody else ever could. That's who I am. And that's what I do. And now, before we go any further, I want us to listen. Before the noise, before the movement, and before the momentum. I want us to arrive. I want us to be present. Because recovery teaches us something most of the world forgets, that sometimes the most important voices are the quiet ones. Some of the strongest people are the ones who aren't speaking yet. Some of the deepest pain lives in silence. Some of the bravest fights are happening behind still faces and quiet breathing. So before we speak, let's listen. Let's listen for the person who is here who doesn't feel seen. Let's listen for the person who came, even though it took everything they had. And let's listen for the parts of ourselves that survived quietly. And let's remember those who could not meet you. Some are still suffering. Some are still using. Some are still incarcerated. Some are still trapped in fear and shame and exhausted. Some are still fighting for their lives. And if you're willing, I invite you to join me in just a moment of silence. Not to fix, not to rush, but to simply honor that person who still suffers. The person we love. The person we used to be. Let's just take a moment right now together and recognize them. Thank you. If you're here today, it means you survived something that tried to break you. And not all survival is loud. Not all survival looks heroic. Some survival looks simply like enduring. Some survival looks like staying when leaving will be so much easier. And if you're here, it means you survived something that almost took freedom. Some of you survived addiction. Some of you survived overdose. Some of you survived incarceration. Some of you survived grief, abandonment, loss, and abuse. Some of you survived the nights where you never cared, you never woke up again. Some of you survived yourselves. There was a version of you that lived in the ground, worn down, tired, exhausted, convinced that standing back up wasn't possible anymore. A version of you that learned how to brace instead of hope. A version of you thought, is this as good as it gets? But you're here, you're breathing, you're listening, and still standing. I'm proud of you. And that matters more than you know. Because recovery is not measured by perfection, it is measured by presence. Recovery begins long before sobriety. It begins the moment someone decides, even quietly, I just can't replace. For some of us, that was too big. For some of us, it was barely a bathroom floor, a jail cell on a bathroom floor, a hospital bed, a funeral, maybe a mirror you could no longer avoid. Recovery doesn't always begin with strength. It begins with honesty. And honesty requires tenderness. It requires us to admit at the forefront that we were overwhelmed. And that we were just trying to survive with the tools that we had. Most of us didn't start using it because we were reckless. We started using it because we were human. Because something inside of us was burning or breaking or begging for relief. We used it because it worked. Until it didn't. Until the thing that numbed the pain became the source of it. Until the escape became the cage. And here's the truth we don't say enough. There were people who lost hope in us. But something inside us refused to die. Even when we were exhausted, even when we were ashamed, and even when we didn't believe we deserved another chance, something inside us kept breathing. And if you're early in recovery or standing on shaky ground, please hear this with grace. You are not behind. You are not weak. And you're not failing because this shit's hard. Nothing about freedom has ever been easy. Recovery is not about becoming somebody else. It's about being reborn into the person you were always meant to be. But rebirth requires some fire, and fire burns away when you no longer stand. Fire destroys what once was false. Fire is hurt, but it also clears the way. Early recovery feels like walking through these ashes. Everything familiar is gone. Your old identity no longer exists. Your coping doesn't work. And fear asks, what if I don't survive this? But this is where rising begins. Some days, rising looks like strength. Some days, it just looks like getting out of bed. And some days, it looks like listening instead of reacting. Some days, it looks like sitting quietly and choosing not to return to what once consumed you. Every day you choose to recover, you rise, even if it doesn't feel like it yet. Because freedom is not proven by never failing. Freedom is proven by standing back up again and again and again. So sobriety is not the finish line. Sobriety is the spark. Recovery is the rebirth. Like the phoenix, we do not rise despite of the fire. We rise because of it. What tried to destroy us becomes the ground from which we stand taller. Getting sober means you stopped running. Recovery means you face the flames and decide that they would not be the end of your story. It asks for honesty, because lies keep us buried. It asks for connection, because isolation keeps us cold. It asks for humility, because the pride keeps us trapped. True freedom is not the absence of adversity. It is the ability to stand without being consumed. And here's where history reminds us what is possible. Charleston, South Carolina, the grounds from which we sit and stand and share today, is a city that has known bondage and resistance. In 1739, the Stone Oak Rebellion, one of the largest slave uprisings in colonial America, erupted just outside of Charleston. Men and women risked everything to fight for their freedom, for their lives, for the possibility of a world that had been denied to them. They rose together through fire and danger, even when the odds seemed impossible. And that same courage, that same refusal to stay down lives in us today, in each and every one of you. Through recovery, we rise in our own rebellions, not against others, but against the change inside of ourselves. The shame, the fear, the obsessing, looping nuisance of thinking that tells us we are not enough. Recovery is the connection. Through love, through tenderness, through listening to each other in our silence. Through connection, we bring unity. Through connection, we bring peace. And through connection, we bring the knowledge that we don't have to face our battles alone. Addiction isolates. Recovery unites. Addiction says, stay small. Recovery says, rise together. Freedom Fest is not just an event, it is reclaimed ground. It is living proof that through connection, love, and support, we can rebuild ourselves. Recovering out loud is an act of rebirth. It means we stop shrinking. It means we stop apologizing for surviving. It means we stand in truth, even when our voice shakes. Because let me be clear. Let me be clear that someone is watching. Somebody is listening. And someone is waiting for proof that rising is real. And we don't need flawless stories. We need risen people. I burned, I broke, I stood back up, and I rose. And now let me challenge you. Lovingly, but boldly. Freedom is not meant to be hidden. If you've been reborn, you are meant to live upright. You don't have to be loud. You don't have to be famous. You don't have to lead the multitudes or the crowds. But you have to stand. Stand in grace, stand in truth, and stand with others when they are still fighting their feet. Unity is how rising becomes contagious. And connection is how freedom becomes real. So look around. Look at everybody. Look around the space. You are not surrounded by broken people. You are surrounded by survivors. Together, we stand stronger. And together, we become visible proof that recovery works. Through connection, we bring love, peace, and a new sense of being into this world. And now, this is how we finish with fire. When you leave here today, don't collapse back into who you were. Stand taller, speak braver, and live freer. Carry your recovery into the rooms that still feel dark. Carry your freedom into the places that have forgotten hope. Recover out loud, not for attention, but for transformation. Because someone is listening in silence. Someone is watching from the ashes. Someone is waiting to see that proof of rebirth is real. Let you rise. Let them hear your strength. Let it begin with us, and let it begin now. And let it begin here. And that brings me to something extraordinary. Because recovery today doesn't only happen in rooms and in buildings. It happens in conversations. It happens through connection. And it happens through platforms that never existed before. TikTok. User intention has become a power tool.
Yeah.
Not a trend. Not a performance. But a place where people show up for each other. The feral but sober community lives by simple but radical values. We speak from the I. We respect every faith or no faith. Every pathway, every program. If your goal is wellness, you belong. It doesn't matter. We're going to live. We lift each other up. We take charge when needed, and we respect our boundaries. We encourage recovering out loud. We honor the uniqueness of every story. We allow space for pain, because pain shared is pain solved. And we hold hope, as hope multiplies when witnessed. This platform has helped people enter into recovery, stay in recovery, and return to recovery. And today, there are 10 of us who are here from all over the country, from Texas, Iowa, Ohio, Kentucky, Massachusetts. People who met on the streets. Now standing together in real life. People who have never met before are renting an Airbnb 1,000 miles from home because the connection became new. Virtually became reality. Strangers became support. And recovery became shared. That is not accidental. That is what happens when people choose love, unity, and peace over judgment. And that is why this moment matters, because next you will hear from somebody who embodies all of this. Someone who didn't build just a platform, she built a home. Someone who believes recovery doesn't require perfection, just honesty. Someone who reminds us that being feral doesn't mean being lost. It means being free. It is my honor to welcome the woman who welcomed me, my friend, my partner in this work, the creator of Arrow But Sober. Thank you so much, Freedom Vets, and thank you for choosing to recover out loud, Leanna Cox.
Okay, guys, I don't know how you follow that. I did not have the words like he does.
You got this.
Thank you, Charleston. Thank you, Neverland Recovery. Thank you for giving us this. Okay. Thank you, Charleston, and thank you, Neverland Recovery. Thank you for giving us this opportunity and for being here to listen. Our topic today is unmanageability. So I'm going to tell you about a time in my life that it was unmanageable and how I got where I am today, standing here in this room in front of all of you, celebrating recovery and celebrating each other. My life started out much different. I was born into a household with 2 addict parents. Drug use was very normalized. Started smoking weed at just 9 years old. I didn't even realize that everyone's parents weren't openly smoking and snorting coke on the table until I was like 13. By that time, I'd already been using hard drugs for a whole year. Drugs and the disease of addiction ruled my life for 14 years. I didn't think that I would ever quit. I didn't think anything would ever stop me. I was entitled to use. How dare you or anyone else suggest that I quit? In 2013, I found out I was pregnant, something I didn't even think was possible. Moved away to protect the child inside me, but the life I lived caught up to me, as it sometimes does, and I was arrested. So in early 2014, I had my daughter shoved into a bed in prison. Holding that baby in my arms, I knew that I had to do better. I swore she would never live the life that I did. I didn't have anyone to care for her, so she went to a foster home while I went back to prison. It was a gut-wrenching few months. But when I came home, I got custody back in just 2 months. So I stayed clean for a while, but in mid-2015, I had a relapse. It was the lowest point of my life. I had so much shame and guilt that I just went full throttle, stealing, scamming, whatever I had to get by, living in a tent in an abandoned house. But then it got worse. One day I woke up downtown Cincinnati, homeless with a toddler. It's like waking from a daze. I laid there, watching my child in a peaceful sleep on a hard concrete floor. I thought, what the fuck am I doing? That day, I walked to the Methodist clinic and I vowed for Lynn to give her the life that she deserved. While I was fighting for my recovery, I was also fighting for my life. We stayed another year in a toxic relationship with a guy that wouldn't stay clean, physical and mental abuse in front of my daughter. Deep down, I knew it wasn't right. I knew we deserved better, but I was terrified to leave. The only place I had to go was home where activism was still happening openly. Finally, the last straw, an incident. I was knocked unconscious. My collar tried to fit me with a frying pan. Woke up, full of blood with a busted nose for crying on top of me. All I could think that one day she would be crying on top of me and I wouldn't wake up. Or worse, she would think this behavior is unacceptable. So we left, and hesitantly, I did go home. I was there less than a week. God removed me from that situation. He knew that it would be me. I still can't explain the warrant that caused my arrest. But while I was sitting in jail, I decided that I had to get away from that. I moved to Kentucky, buried myself in work, eventually getting married and having 2 more kids, but I had no recovery, no maintenance. My mental started slipping, my self-care went out the window. While I was driving to work every day, I listened to this show. I kept relating and thinking about all the ways that I could turn it into like a recovery podcast. Talked to my husband about it. With his encouragement, I plan to launch the Feral December podcast on August 9th, 2025. On August 1st, I wrecked and rolled a car. All 3 of us still inside. I truly believe that was an act of God, giving me time to focus on recovery around my missions. Because I couldn't afford to take any unpaid time off. But the doctor wrote me out for several months, so I decided I was going to put them to good use. I launched the podcast as planned on August 9th, which eventually led me to meet James and the Dope Scheme. Both would have a huge impact on my life. When I met James, I knew right away that he was someone I could depend on. He stepped up several times to guest for me when people canceled on my podcast. We got to know each other and became friends along the way. While I was doing the podcast, I got a taste of helping people, and I couldn't get enough. I became peer support certified. I have my education to be an RAD PSS, and I'm working towards my CADC. That still wasn't enough for me. So I asked James if he'd be interested in starting a TikTok live group. He agreed, and the fearless platform was born in December. He began with one live, a single hour a day. In the Dopamine, he's an author of recovery literature, and it changed my life. He was present, helping bring the platform alive, always ready to share passages from his book to give hope and inspiration. Passages that were so uplifting, encouraging, I knew that I couldn't keep it to myself. So that's how I started the second live, sharing book with the world, and discussing how we could all relate. From there, I committed to 2 more lives a day, as well as 2 podcast episodes a week, a weekly women's group on Zoom, and we have a men's group in progress. Some of you may be thinking, wow, that's a lot, maybe even that's too much. We've had people come on now and thank us for always being there so they can pop it throughout their day if they're struggling. I've been blessed with such an amazing community and such a cool heart. What we have didn't come from a brand or a perfectly organized vision board. It came from people showing up messy, tired, sometimes broken, but hopeful nonetheless. We're more than faces on the screen. James and I keep our numbers in our profile, connected with so many people off the screen. Such a blessing to watch these people grow. We have a woman who's schizophrenic and some other mental health issues. She comes on every day. Now, not only does she come on screen and share, she's helping to run the lives and become part of our plans to expand. There's sometimes when I can't be present or responsive in our meetings, like 4 times a day. That's a lot. We have members in our community who we trust to host and moderate, just start the room and kind of let them know I'm busy. And they jump into action, directing conversation, responding to shares, and rotating boxes. There's someone on our platform who planned to end their life on New Year's Eve. They had it all laid out, but shortly before then, they found our group. So at our New Year's party, well, virtual party, they revealed to us that we saved their life. We literally saved their life. I get messages in my inbox all the time telling me how my platform has helped or inspired people in some way. I had someone reach out when I announced that I had shirts for sale. I've seen them in my group for weeks. They never came on screen, not once. But they wrote in that message that they're just shy, but our group has changed their life and they wanted to be a part of that. They wanted a t-shirt. We've seen people come in so shy that they won't even share with just a few words. Now they take the stage and load it all. The bond that we share is so special that a lot of us got together to come here to Freedom Fest. A friend that started their nation because I couldn't have gotten around my own. Thanks to the generosity of others, we were able to get bus tickets for some of us that couldn't afford it. Some of us carpooled here from all over the country. Those of us that could chipped in for the Airbnb so we could share space and break bread and remind ourselves that we are not alone. And that matters, especially in a world that keeps telling us, people like us, to isolate, behave, qualify, or disappear. We truly took the virtual and made it a reality. You see, I don't work a traditional program, but one all my own. This doesn't set me above anyone else, nor do I recommend my path. It's not for everyone. But I believe that it puts me in a unique position to meet people where they're at, judgment, without rules or principles that I'm obligated to enforce today. I stand here, a married mom of 3 with a dream. I want a space where everyone is accepted and respected, no matter how much or how little time you have in recovery. Whether you're sober, curious, or decades in, on that, Cali sober, practicing harm reduction, complete abstinence, we're still figuring it out. Whether you have a higher power or don't believe it all, work a program, reject programs, or just trying to survive today, you are welcome here. Our family is made up of people in recovery, clinicians, family members of addicts, and people whose addiction cannot fit neatly in a checkbox. People who struggle with substance use, behaviors, trauma, and real life. But we have exactly one goal. Everyone will be respected. We do not always agree, and that's okay. We stick to the I statements, we share our own experience and beliefs, values, and opinions individually. We do not tell other people how to live their life. I am not the leader of this community. I am but a small part of it. We're working on expanding and growing and sharing our message of love and all inclusivity to as many people as we can. I literally could not be standing here today without all the people that I had around me. Sometimes at our social hour, we just sit on screen, Some of us crochet, some of us check emails, some of us do filter faces and goofball. At first, I thought this was silly, and I said so. But a board member said, "We're just here in case someone's struggling." It's something that broke my eyes. I didn't get it. 30 minutes later, God helped me. A friend popped in, full manic episode. She's pacing, she's hyperventilating without anyone being told what to do. 4 people jumped into action, calm voices, coaching box breathing and other coping strategies. 45 minutes later, when that person left us, they were present, regulated, and safe. That same night, someone else came to us struggling. We got them through that as well. Now, this doesn't happen every night. Sometimes we hang out, just in case, bonding on a deeper level. I come on screen just as I am, definitely not always camera ready, but recovery is not always picture perfect. And what I've learned is that being readily available in the moment when people are struggling and need help is crucial. So that's what we do. We show up every day. We show up when we don't feel good and the kids are getting wild, when we just don't want to. We show up and we lift each other up. There can be drama in some platforms, but not in our space. Everyone is safe and each person gets respected. People who wouldn't normally sit together come on screen, comment on each other's shares, and offer words of encouragement. We do have a lot of crosstalk. Sometimes we stay live for hours just so that everyone can share what's on their heart. It's informal. It's a little chaotic, but I wouldn't change it for anything. Because of that chaos, for the first time in my life, I have real friends and real purpose. Of course, being a mom and a wife gives me purpose, but this is something that I do just for me. And somehow I help other people along the way. But I couldn't do it alone. I couldn't do it without every one person that comes into my room, everyone who lives, kids like, share, or follow. Couldn't do it with people who have never lived recovery, sober barbers, who see through the mess and the chaos, see how special that our message is, believe in that message and support it. Especially, I couldn't do it with the ones that show up and help every day when I'm busy or frazzled. I couldn't do it without my feral fam. What? So, if you can get behind this mission to help everyone and follow us on social media and keep a growing resource list when people join our family that have connections or resources, people that are counselors, peer supporters, case workers, lobbyists, or just people who are strong in their recovery, willing to open their inbox to someone struggling. I'm all in on this journey. Stepped away from my career. I've handed this whole thing over to my higher power. I do not have a perfect roadmap. I do not fully know how to grow or where this leads. But I have faith. Faith in my dream. Faith in love. Faith in my higher power. Faith that when the intention is right, the path will unfold. I have big plans, but I'm still trying to figure out how to take the next steps. My dream is to build a resource hub or a website for people who need all kinds of help so that no one feels alone, no matter where they are. Because recovery is not about perfection, it's about presence wrapped in progress. And nobody gets free alone. Love, patience, and tolerance are the code here. But above all three is love. So if you believe in love, if you believe in inclusivity, if you believe that people deserve support without condition, follow us, share us, support us in whatever way that you can. Most importantly, become part of the Feral family.
Wow, thank you, Leanne. How awesome was that? And we used to be friends. But they tried making me cry. And James almost got me. He almost got me. Nobody wants that. I'm an ugly crier. But thank you guys so much for being here, for sharing with us, for doing what you do, for providing the platform that you provide. Feral but sober. Make sure you go check it out on the TikTok, on the FB, on the YT, on the wherever you go in social media, because they're everywhere. And Leanna does a podcast multiple times a week. It's everywhere, because she just wants to spread this message of love and joy and peace, and everybody's welcome. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing the Feral but Sober fam, and You know, everybody's traveled in and they're staying together and, you know, I mean, it's only been a night, so far, so. But thank you, we're gonna take a brief break. We got 5 minutes, smoke them if you got them. And, our next speaker will be up at noon, at 12 o'clock on the button. Maybe 12:02. Okay, everyone, we are gonna get started again with our next speaker. Our next speaker is coming up. He's gonna be talking about surrender. After the speaker, come on up. After our speaker, lunch will be served. I also want to point out, Recover Out Loud, our sponsor, Recover Out Loud, has a raffle going. And you can buy raffle tickets that will, and they've got these cool baskets that they're giving away with the raffle tickets. So to introduce our speaker, I'm gonna turn the mic over to Krista Flanders, AKA the Sober Barber.
Thank you. So when we started doing, when I met up with Never Alone Recovery about a year ago, I came across Joel. He's a fellow South Carolinian, well now. And I didn't know a lot of recovery people really in South Carolina that were recovering out loud on social media. This man has made sober sessions and he posts the most inspirational posts you've ever read. They make me cry, they lift me up. I see people reposting them all the time. They are so uplifting. He is a man of God and he has brought recovery and God together and he's sharing it and it's just helping so many people. And I'm honored to have him part of this. He did name Freedom Fest. He came up with the name. He did. He's been part of the start of our journey on Never Alone with our podcast we do on Wednesdays, and he was one of our first guests. And I'm just proud to call him my friend. And he's an amazing man, and I can't wait to hear what he's got to talk about. Surrender, the most important part of recovery. So, welcome, Joel, from Sober Session.
First of all, how do you even follow those speakers? You know, that's a hard one. Honestly, y'all, I'm glad to be here at Freedom Fest. Make some noise, push your hands. It's amazing. So, y'all don't know me. My name is Joel Anthony. Our recovery date is March 23rd, 2016. I founded the Sober Sessions. It's an online platform. It's a community. It's family. It's a place where you can just come together. It's safe. Speak your struggles, get inspired, get motivated, just lay it all out. You know, I wanted a place that I could create for people like myself because in 2016, I didn't know social media was a tool. I had no idea. You know, that wasn't something that I understood. So I wanted to create something and bring that to the table, and that's exactly what I did. I was blessed enough to be able to do something like that. You know, so I'm just, like I told them yesterday, I'm fired up to be here. You know, I'm not here to impress you. I'm here because I am you. You know, recovery doesn't have one face. You all have different paths, different pains, different roads that let us here. You know, there is no magical method to getting sober. And I think people have this misconception that you need to do X, Y, and Z. You don't. You know, and for example, I speak from the heart of myself. I don't say this for everybody, but I have almost a decade clean and sober. I've never had a sponsor. I don't recommend that road, but it's what's worked for me. You know, and I think what brings us into sobriety and into recovery is we get tired of our own bullshit. For me, I got tired of my own bullshit. I got tired of the chaos. I got tired of waking up sick every day. I got tired of shame. I got tired of waking up knowing where's my wallet? Is my car in the driveway? And how did I get home last night? You know, I think for some of us, the way we found recovery was simple. You know, some of us, we just had enough of the chaos, like I just said. Some of us, we had to be put in silver bracelets. Some of us had to stand behind steel bars on a concrete floor. You know, but some of us knew there were only two options to this game. We could get clean and get sober, you get buried. No, there is no other way. But I think the same truth that connects us all is we all got sick and tired of being sick and tired.
For myself, I was tired of the hospital visits. You know, the nurses and the doctors became my family. The ambulances was my personal vehicle. The hospital was my home. I was tired of being in comas. You know, waking up. I remember this one time I was in the hospital, 2-day coma. I come out, there's a nurse standing over me. I don't even remember making it to the hospital. She's drawing blood. She's like, Mr. Anthony, just need to know where you are. When I'm in a hospital. She said, yeah, 2 days have passed. We've been trying to draw your blood. And you think in that moment, you know, you got 2 days that have passed, no recollection of it at all. That make you want to change, right? Now, I stayed there for another 7 days. As soon as I got out, I went 1 block over to the liquor store. Grabbed my Yukon Jack like I always did and headed on home. You know, I've had, like I said, I've been in comas, I've had seizures, I've had a heart attack before I was even 28 years old. It's by the grace of God that I'm standing here today speaking in front of y'all. I do this on my own. I think that's a lot of us though, you know. We're all in this room. We've all struggled, we've all suffered. But like we're still here. We've made it through the chaos. Made it through the destruction. Believe what you want to believe. You know, I believe in God, and I believe God has kept me here for that reason. To be here, to be able to talk to y'all, to make an impact, to breathe life into y'all, you know, to make an impact and touch your heart. That's what this is about. It's about community. It's about connection. You know, there's something that's a hard truth that a lot of people need to understand is every single one of us, and anybody who's ever suffered from addiction, we eventually will all stop using and stop drinking. The only difference is people like myself and people like y'all, we still have a heartbeat to tell our story. Not everybody gets that same opportunity. You know, there are people this morning that didn't wake up. We're grateful that we did. We're grateful to be here. Grateful to be in this room, surrounded by brothers and sisters who understand the struggle. You know, it's one of those things that when I look at a fellow addict and I say, man, I understand. It's not bullshit talking. It's not just yanking. I've been in the trenches where you've been. I feel your pain. I know your struggle. I mean it when I say I understand. You know, for me, I think the moment that I had to surrender and I realized I needed to change my life back in 2015. So I'll tell you a little story. We'll rewind the tape a little bit. So I had the day off. And I'm going to tell you this story the way it was related to me because I have no recollection of this entire day. I had the day off from work, drinking, taking my pain pills, just living like I've always lived. You know, when I was married at the time to my wife at that time, and from what I've been told, passed out on the couch, took a little surprise nap, ended up waking up, and I ended up walking around my living room doing circuits, talking to people that weren't there, having full conversations to people that didn't exist. You know, at the time, my wife at the time and I, we lived with her family, and her family lived upstairs. And she was worried. You know, she's like, I tried to talk to you, like you weren't there, like there was nobody home, the lights were on, but you weren't there. Because I got scared and went upstairs and I got my father. Her father came down. He said some words to me. I ended up leaning into him, supposedly said something to him, left the room. I came back with my handgun and pointed right to his head. No recollection of that at all. What I do recall from that night is sitting on the edge of my bed with my father-in-law screaming at me, my wife at the time crying, and my parents there shoving all the clothes they could into a duffel bag. Now, if you've ever woken up from a blackout state, you are very confused. And if you've ever woken up to people just screaming at you, you have no idea what the hell is happening. I went into defense mode because honestly, all of us, We've all been in that survival mode where all we do is we hear a tone change and we're boom, defend. You know, it's wired in us, unfortunately. And it's something, I'll be honest with you, I'm trying to unwire as we speak today. But I remember getting kicked out of my house and I went to live with my mom for a little bit. And I remember a couple of years prior scrolling FB. And I had a friend that I used to get reckless with. And he had a post of this little teeny chip, with number 2 on it. Started to read some stuff, and at the time, I'm like, man, this is total BS. Something like I'm grateful to be sober and God, and I get whatever looking for scrolling. But there's a reason God allowed me to see that post that day. Because I remember years later, I called my buddy, his name was Tim. I called him up 10:30 at night at my mom's house. I said, bro, tired of living like this. Sick and tired of being sick and tired, bro. I saw you got 2 years. Like, I want to talk to you, man. Kid came to my house with a big book. 10:30 at night. Opened it up, read some things out of it. It's like, all right, man, I get it. You know, to me, I didn't know what the big book was. I thought it was just reading some alcoholic Bible. And before he left, he looked at me and said, I'm going to give you 2 phone numbers. If you're serious about getting the help you need, call one of them in the morning. But I remember very vaguely something he said to me. He said, if you're not serious, don't call. Don't waste your time. Don't waste my time. Don't waste the rehab center's time. And sure as hell, don't waste a bed for somebody who actually wants to change their life. You know, so a couple weeks passed as I wasn't ready yet. Continued to live recklessly. Called my wife at the time and said, Tim gave you these numbers, I need you to call one. She ended up calling one. By God's grace, the detox center in Haverhill, Massachusetts had 1 bed left. She packed my bag, off to Haverhill I went. I was scared, like most of us. And I don't think it's fear that we don't fear change. We fear the unknown. You know, change is hard, but what comes with that? I was afraid the whole way. I was just popping Yukon Jack dips, tossing them out the window. Don't really remember going to detox. I vaguely remember being there for 7 days. I kept a journal the day I showed up. And it's a good reminder to me because when I flipped to that first page of that journal, the first day I was in detox, man, my brain is trying to rewire itself. I have so many words that are crossed out, the withdrawal scribbles. I remember the nurses there trying to feed me medicine and I couldn't even hold pills or a little Dixie cup of water because I'm shaking so bad. I spent 7 days there. From there, they put me in a black Suburban and drove me into the middle of the woods of New Hampshire up in Canterbury. There I spent 31 days in rehab, trying to understand life, trying to understand how do I go about living without what I know. Now we talk about God mix. When I was in rehab, I literally left the day I showed up. Pulled up, went inside. I felt like I was in a cult. Felt weird. I've never lived on my own. I've never lived with other people. I was living in a house with 16 other dudes, sharing bathrooms. Totally uncomfortable. And I remember telling them, I'm going home. I don't belong here. Because in my mind, I didn't feel like I did. You know what I'm saying? For me, y'all are crazy. This is a cult. I'm not a part of this. So they called my wife at the time. She came and picked me up. As we're leaving, she looks at me and she goes, I don't know what you're expecting. Because you're not coming home. My family don't want you there. Your mom don't want you to go back home. Where do you want me to drop you off? And at that moment, that's when I broke down. I completely just broke and begged God to show me a sign. Something. Lord, if you can hear me, show me something. With tears in my eyes, I'll never forget this. We pulled up to this red light. Sitting there, I'm crying, bawling, just begging God for something. And in that moment, the light turned green. But it's a green light that I've never seen before, and I've never seen again. It was a green U-turn sign. And for me, that was my first ever God wink. That was God speaking to me. Let me tell you, Being a decade in sobriety, God speaks to me a lot and I listen and I see it. I'm spiritually aware when he speaks to me and I listen. But I knew what that green sign meant. Baby, bang that Yugi and turn around. That's where you belong. So I did. I went. I stayed. And as much as I was uncomfortable, man, nothing grows in your comfort zone. You know, I say this a lot, get comfortable being uncomfortable, because that's what recovery is about. You know, get uncomfortable. You know, the rest is really history from there. You know, I got a job, worked at UPS, hustling cardboard, made good money, you know, great benefits, everything's good. But I had something happen just a couple years ago. I ended up getting let go for something that was out of my control. You know, I have my new wife now, Megan. We have 2 kids. And I'm like, what am I going to do now? You know, I don't have a high school diploma. All I know is warehouse jobs. So I went to go check out this job, this warehouse, and I remember walking through and the miserable look on people's faces. How unhappy they were. You know, we all chased the almighty dollar, but in return, like, I knew that wasn't for me anymore. I needed something more. My soul needed something more because I was tired of living this meaningless life. You know, we were in a position where I could work on the sober sessions. I could work on myself. I could work on being a motivational speaker, you know, inspiring people. When I started the sober sessions, it was something small. And I used to be friends that messaged me like, man, what you said really like changed my life. You know, it helped me through my day. I appreciate that. I can't wait to see what you can say next. It made me feel good. And that's when I realized, you know, this is something that sets my soul on fire. This is something that gives me purpose. It's the only thing that makes my heart feel whole. So I was blessed enough with my wife and myself to be able to do this, and she's supported me ever since. And I make it, man, it's my everything. You know, it's my baby. I'm in 110%. There's nothing else I do. You know? And similar to what somebody else said earlier, I get messages all the time. There's this one message that will always stand up to me. A couple months ago, this girl reached out to me. She goes, Joel, you don't know me, but I need to tell you something. She goes, you wrote a piece on life and what life means. She goes, I was about 10 minutes away from making mine. You saved me. I don't know how to thank you. And without hesitation, the only thing I could tell her was, you don't need to thank me. Well, what can I do? You don't have to do anything. You already did. You're here. That's enough. You know, I think a lot of us in recovery too, we say it a lot, you know, feel alone. You know, we're never alone. But I say this a lot for people to understand. You know, we say we're alone, we feel like we're in the dark, we live in this darkness. Well, Caterpillar has to go through a season of isolation, complete darkness, before it can transform into that beautiful, unique butterfly. You know, a caterpillar is stuck to the ground, moves inch by inch, takes forever to go from A to B. But when it sits in that darkness, and it sits in that transformation period, and it blooms out of that cocoon, it can take flight into places it never thought it could go. So if you're online right now, or you're watching, or you're here, you're listening, and you feel alone, like you're in the dark, like all hope is lost, baby, you in your transformation period. Like you in your season of growth right now. You know, there's something else when I talk about surrendering. I realized when I finally surrendered, something wild happened. You know, the anxiety that lived in my body, it packed its bags. Worrying all the time, constantly, it's gone. The everyday fear that I lived in, it Vanished. I'm not saying it's perfect. I still worry about things like everybody does. I still fear things like everybody does, but it's not every day. And it's not self-inflicted weird about fear and worry and doubt. You know, I'll tell you a quick little story. I talk about how the anxiety leaves your body. I think I was 2 years sober. I'm going to visit Megan. Driving down the highway, raining. I don't have my glasses on. It's hard to see. It's nighttime. Was a state trooper sitting in my blind spot the entire time. I'm swerving because I'm having a hard time seeing. And I remember he turned his blues on and pulled me over. And I'll be honest, never been so excited to be pulled over in my life. He pulls me over, and in my license, my registration, he goes, "You know, I pulled you over." The officer, "No, not really." That's why he was swerving. Because I've been following you for like half a mile. "You been drinking tonight?" Best feeling in the world to go, "No, officer, I haven't." "Are you sure?" Because, bro, you like swerving the other lane. You haven't, not a drop. No, sir, not a drop. "I'll be back." Comes back, hands my license. I'm asking one more time, "Have you been drinking?" Because I've had a DWI before. It's sitting on my license. He could see that. In that moment, it wasn't me being, excuse my language, Lord, an asshole. But when he asked me, like, for the fourth time, "Are you sure you haven't been drinking?" I looked him dead in the eye and said, "Sir, kind of feeling salty." Feeling salty because I have a couple years sober right now. You know? He looked at me, and again, it's surprising to me because these people I used to run from, he looks at me and goes, "Congratulations, man." Because I also used to be an addict and an alcoholic, changed my life around. He goes, "Slow it down, get your glasses next time." And he sent me on my way. And that's the thing, you know, surrender doesn't mean weakness. Surrender means freedom. It's courage without an exit plan. And it's something we all need to do. I still surrender to this day. You know, there's a saying, but living in recovery is like paying rent. And that rent is due every single day. Don't get too comfortable. Once we get comfortable, that's when our demons come knocking. I'll tell you this much. And answer that door, they never have anything new to say. It's the same old, same old. You know, but just understand that there's a better life waiting for you. It's not gonna be easy. Ask any of us. It's rough. It's hard. Some days I'm a human. I don't want to say fuck it. Go back to the life I'm not. What good is gonna come from that? I know where it led me last time. It doesn't change. We don't go back and all of a sudden we start brand new. Yo, we start from where we left off. I don't say this to brag. I've never relapsed, but I'll tell you right now, I don't have a relapse in me. If I go back out, y'all can see the RIP post on social media. I ain't coming back. You know, so I'll kind of close this up. I'm sure y'all hungry. I know I'm hungry. I've been up early this morning. So if you walk out of here inspired but unchanged, nothing happens. But if you walk out honest, uncomfortable, and willing, everything can change. You know, surrender didn't take my life from me, gave me one. You don't mind, I'd like to pray. Pray us out and go to lunch. Lord, use me as a vessel. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the day that you've given us, another 24 hours to be able to breathe, Lord. There are addicts and people still suffering. There are addicts out there that didn't wake up this morning, Lord. And you blessed us and showed us your grace and your mercy and allowed us to pop our eyes open today. To give us the sight to see, ears to hear, air in our lungs, Lord, to breathe. Father, I thank you for bringing us all together over this weekend. You know, I know the storms kept a lot of people away. But Father, you allowed the people in this room to be here by your grace. Kept us covered, kept us safe. Father, here we are. In your mercy. Lord, we just want to thank you for the life that you've given us. The second chance that most people didn't get. But Lord, you saw something in us and allowed us to still be here. We're forever grateful for that. Lord, I ask that when we disperse from this vicinity on Sunday, that you cover each and every individual here and their families. Protect them. Allow them to get home safely, Lord. Father, I ask that everybody in this room, you know, that you not only give them your hand, Lord, but you give them your heart. That you continue to show them the grace and mercy that you've shown us. Father, we believe in you. We believe in you and everything you've done. You're proof. You exist. A lot of people don't believe in faith because it's not tangible. It's something you can't hold in your hands. But Lord, that's what faith is about. Believing in what you cannot see. You just need to believe because we're all proof. We're here. Lord, we thank you. We love you. And we continue to ask for your hand, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. And all God's people said, amen.
Okay, everybody, thank you to Joel. I don't know if anybody else heard his ringer going off. So I've got Caribbean, Calypso, kitty music going through my head right now for the next 3 days. So thank you very much for that, Joel. Everybody go eat, and we're gonna be back here at 1:30 for our next speaker. 1:30 for the next speaker. So we got 58 minutes. it again in a few minutes. Hope you made welcome back, everyone, to the Reno Fest. Before we get going again, hey, come on, bring it in. We're gonna do something fun. And Cover Out Loud, one of our sponsors, Cover Out Loud, designed, and brought with them the official Freedom Fest T-shirt. And you guys haven't seen the official Freedom Fest T-shirt, it's back there. And, you know, every sporting event you go to, what do? They throw out T-shirts. So, guess what I get to do? I get to give out T-shirts. Next time. Yeah, you wanna go?
Problem.
That's your solution. Everybody that was here, please lie to the people that weren't here and just stick with that. Okay, so, hey! Okay, so I got to go out, bring t-shirts and, not your size, go and exchange it for the right size, which is something that they don't do at Bulls games. You know, you want, you get a free t-shirt at the Bulls game because it comes from the Raptors, it's illegal. So I had to lose 30 pounds. I had to lose 30 pounds to fit into my free t-shirt, so we don't have to do that here because it's free up there. Okay, so we're gonna get that going, and our next speaker is a very good friend of mine. Trish Kane is the owner of Healerverse. She's gonna come up here. What are we talking about? Inventory. We're gonna talk about inventory. She's probably not gonna talk about inventory, but without further ado, please let me introduce Trish Kane.
Hey guys, my name is Trish Kane. How is everybody doing today? Thank you for taking this off. I really like to work with a podium and I'm gonna try to stay put, even though I'm a walker on stage. I'm gonna try to stay put because the camera's there and I hope to help people that are virtual as well. I just want to say thank you so much to everybody that made this event happen. Let's give it up for them. Yep, I know how much work it takes to put one of these on. I did 2 events last year for Healerverse and it's a lot. So thank you for everybody that's here, that flew in, that made this happen. My final sobriety and recovery date is November 17th, 2014. I've not found it necessary to drink or do any cocaine since. So I would say, in taking into account that the topic is inventory, I believe everything in recovery is inventory, including every single step. When they first asked me if I could speak to inventory, I thought to myself, how limiting. Don't you know how extemporaneous I am and how dynamic? And you want me to speak about inventory? And I took a step back with humility, which I needed. And I thought to myself, no, everything is inventory and recovering. Step 1, right? And listen, I also want to say that I am non-judgmental whether you want to do the steps or not. I just know this is what I did and this is what worked for me. And I do a ton of other things as well, right? But step 1 means once I start, I can't stop. Does anyone have that problem? And when I don't want to do it anymore, I wind up picking up again. Whether I think about it and it talks me into it, one more. Ever heard that one? It's going to be different this time, right? That voice. Or I don't think at all. So many times the car drove itself to the liquor store. I didn't want to do cocaine. I just wanted to drink. Because I grew up where it was not only acceptable to drink, but it was encouraged. I went to Catholic school the whole way through. If you can't tell if I say dog or coffee, I grew up in Long Island, New York. Yeah. And I was in resource room, like special ed, because I'm very present in the moment. I'm not good at all the stuff that they taught me. Nor was I interested. I was more interested in playing with butterflies in the grass and making sure everybody in class was okay. So I'm a humanitarian. So fast forward, somehow I made it out of school. I think because I'm nice, they got me by with D's and C's, some F's, but they still let me go to the next grade time and time again. In high school, I did cheerleading and all that stuff, and I started drinking. But I was scared of my mom. man, she's Irish and from New York. Like, she was like, you don't mess with this lady, you know what I mean? So, I would like do it behind her back, and that's when I started hiding stuff, right? Fast forward, I'm not gonna go on like a whole entire like tangent of what it was like too much. I'm gonna fast forward to college, the permanence, the progression, and the fatality of this illness, jails, institutions, and death. I've done 2 of those and I've never been arrested. Hey, officer. I just never got caught. That's the difference. A few times they tried to catch me, but I was cute. I got it. So, anyway. The progression was a thing. And this is basically an inventory of step 1, what I'm doing right now. You know, I had all these dreams for dreams. I'm a dreamer. I'm an Aquarius. Come on. And, basically I always wound up drinking instead of fulfilling those dreams. I did really well in college because business made sense to me. Finally. They could have just sent me to business school or sent me out to do sales when I was like 5. I would be a billionaire, you know. Or like the way society set up isn't for me. And you know, whatever. So anyway, I'm gonna fast forward. I graduated college. I did internships on Wall Street on the Mercantile Exchange in crude oil, Bank of New York, and FX trading. Graduated business school, was financing ships and oil tankers, traveling to Europe, like running shit, like old dudes and Trish. And I got real good at becoming the woman in the room that said no, because it's annoying. And I wound up fast forward getting a husband, basically taking a hostage, but we were like partners in crime. And on November 15, 2014, I poured a glass of wine. 4:30 in the afternoon. It was a Saturday. I said, I'm just gonna start early. I'm gonna be home early, and I'm gonna be good by Monday. No problem. I was sitting in a board meeting a couple of days before, the day before, in a hospital that I was working at, and I was dead on a Sunday. Found non-responsive, 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Newsflash, you're supposed to be 98.6. I was 86 degrees. I went through a tunnel to the other side. I came out of my body and I saw my feet and my legs. And I was in that tunnel for a while. There was 2 spirits there. They didn't look like spirits like in the movies, guys. And basically I didn't know that was my body. And when I looked up, it looks like this actually. What the heck? Okay. So anyway, pretend this is the end of the tunnel, right? We're here. Up there, like that. Up there where the fire is, or whatever you call it. There was people up there celebrating Christmas. This looks like it. Wow. That's creepy. Not creepy, it's a little emotional, you know what I mean? Anyway, I went up there for a little bit. I was trying to talk to the people up there, but nobody was listening to me or responding to me. And then after that, I laid in a coma for 9 days on life support. First, they told my mom and my dad that I died. And then they said, you better get here, you know? Anyway, and, 9 days in a coma, 2 strokes. I started how to walk again, talk again, think again, everything. My eye would move back and forth. This whole side of my face was droopy. I was wrecked. Like, whoa, I did not look like this. I was 29 years old, you know? And basically, I had a spiritual life now. That's step 2, baby. Yeah, we're getting somewhere, right? All right, step 3. I went to the psych ward. That wasn't my first time there. They said, there's nothing wrong with you. Stop drinking. That's what they said. There's nothing wrong with you. Some of you guys might disagree. But, like, actually, yeah, like, I need to get sober, right? Like, a lot of us. Step 4. This was powerful, man. Oh, my goodness. All I got as far of was what I didn't like about people. I never looked at the other side of things. Oh, maybe this particular person that we're on camera that I'm not going to mention doesn't like me because of the way that I treat so-and-so who she cares about. I never thought of that. There's a flip side to this. I was drinking because I was mad at all these people. Because that's not why, because we already talked about step one, right? There's really no reason to drink. For me anyway. Anyway, she doesn't like me because of the way that I act. Never thought about that. Only looked at me not liking her because she doesn't like me, you know? Never made it that far. And one thing I only wrote down like 3 things, but this is kind of important. I wrote down it suggested that you take an inventory with somebody else in the beginning. Right? I don't care if it's your priest, Buddha, maybe not. Your priest, a Buddha, how cute are the monks walking across the country? They're amazing. I don't care who you take it with. Go talk to somebody, right? If you're in a 12-step program, get a sponsor, right? That's what I did, and it worked for me. Anyway, and 5, I looked at it and I started to see that I have these defects. I still have defects. They're wild. They're wild, man. But sometimes they're helpful because they help others to see what they don't want to do. All right. Anyways, I'm identifying these. I'm looking at them. I'm going to try to act the opposite. Because the thing with inventory is like, we come in here and we need to change. I don't want to hide in the closet anymore. Me dying wasn't the worst day. That was like a cornerstone for a new life, a new beginning. I was miserable. Even if I was showing up and I wasn't drinking, I especially was miserable, you know? I just wanted to drink successfully that whole time, but that was no longer an option. And 8, I made a list of all persons I had harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. That doesn't mean go calling them on day 1. Sorry. Sorry, I did that too. And honestly, humbly, I don't say I'm sorry. I own what I did. And I still have to do this. And in year 2 and 3, it's a little harder than in the beginning when you're with your tail between your legs. And you're like, I'm owning my stuff. And they're like, just stay sober. Like, you know, like 2 and 3, it's like, damn, like I still have to work these things, you know? That could be a little bit tricky, especially when we start to run our lives again. Instead of the creator God, whatever you want to call it, right? I go back and forth, by the way. 11 years, 2 months, and however many weeks, I go back and forth. Sometimes it's me, sometimes it's God. Sometimes we're in alignment. And I call it God, but I also talk to spirits and angels and you name it. That's how I roll. I don't know. It was honestly something that started happening prior to my near-death experience, but that escalated things and it continues to grow. So 8 and 9, I made that list. I went to people, tail between legs or humbly or whatever, but I did it. 10, continued, right? Continue. That's how I got here. And also 11, this is something that's so important to me. And I think this makes or breaks a lot of people. Spirituality is not one size fits all. It's not. It's not. And it shouldn't be. Sorry, I went to church. And I love Jesus. I got baptized in the Nile. Not the Nile, I went there too. That was so scary. Egypt, I was thinking about the pyramids and I'm like, oh, it's camels. Wasn't like that. I have blonde hair, blue eyes, dangerous. Sorry, Muhammad, what's his name? How? Anyway, no, he's not there. Just kidding. We're not going So anyway, yeah, in Israel, or whatever you want to call it. I'm not political in this sense, but I got baptized in the Jordan River. There we go. That's where I got baptized. But I grew up Catholic actually, so 12, continue to take personal inventory of what we're wrong. Nope. What's the 12th step? Oh. Yeah, I lost my track. Carry this message up to whatever. Wait, how do I not know this, guys? It's good to get the audience to get involved. That's even better. Hey, having had a spiritual awakening, as a result of these steps, we carry this message to other, whatever, all the things. It's all the same, right? It's a spiritual disease. And practice these principles in all our affairs. And when we don't, we go back and we do all that again. I'll say this too. This is so important. Whenever I'm feeling some kind of way, I can go look at those steps and I can say to myself, oh, I don't feel comfortable around people, places. Let me go find somebody to make amends to. And then that fixes that right away. It's so cool the way these things work. That's why they call it a spiritual program, right? Because there's like prayers, promises, and warnings throughout the steps. And they're all up in there, all up in there. And you can see, like, if you're actually conscious, that's the word, right? Conscious, you can see how stuff moves through the universe. And you can see how certain things happen, and everything is such a pattern. It's science. Humans move in a specific manner. We all move the same. We're all the same. Cause and effect, cause and effect. It's always the same. That's my experience having watched humans. And no, I do not have a PhD in psychiatry, psychology. No, none of that. At 2 years sober, I started going back for my MBA because that was something that I wanted. So like, I was like, see, this is where having defects of character can be good, right? So I was like, they put me in that resource room. I'm gonna go get an MBA to prove I'm not stupid. You know what I mean? And I actually graduated at like 3 years sober and clean with an MBA. I traveled all over the Southeast, the United States, like selling digital databases, digital content to the government, military, universities. I went to 12-step meetings and CrossFit gyms back then, all over the Southeast. This was my territory, actually. I've been to lots of the 12-step meeting that I go to, meetings here in Charleston. Yeah, this was my territory. And actually, there was like a Charleston event every single year here, so I knew what hotel I'd like to stay at here. That was nice. Yeah. And also, like, you know, I know today, like, when I'm not feeling okay, then I need to go to a meeting. That's what works for me. In 2020, I had an idea because I moved from South Florida to Colorado, and I was there for a year and a half. And at this time, I realized that spiritual and holistic practitioners were onto something. Because when I have a long time in recovery, I gotta grow. Spiritually, for me anyway. And like, obviously I have superpowers. I think every one of you has superpowers. I believe that with my whole being. Everybody has superpowers, right? I used to not like getting up on stage. I've spoken at the Parliament, Google, Parliament 3 times in the UK. They let me into the government. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, they don't even know. Like, that's nuts. Like, emceeing big events in the technology space, multiple big events. Like, I get on stage, I introduce people, you know, Jacob Javits Center, like, whatever. And I'm just getting started, you know. I also became like a technologist. But basically in 2022, I started building a social media platform and a marketplace that's not Facebook. It's its own Facebook for spiritual and holistic healing, and it's called Healerverse. The domain is 5thehealerverse.com. And basically on there, you can find spiritual and holistic practitioners, everything from Reiki to astrology to breathwork to manifestation to meditation to nutrition, anything that's not westernized. Because like westernized got me clean and sober. I wouldn't be here. They resuscitated me twice. I was kept alive by life support. I had a PICC line in my arm, like, you know what I mean? The whole bit. Woke up, like, there was like that thing here that was collecting my pee. I remember saying I had a tampon in. And the doctor was like, oh my God. Anyway, that wasn't comfortable. Yeah. And where was I? No filter. I think it's important though, because all I care about is helping somebody else today. It's not even about me. Every Friday at Healerverse, we do a virtual roundtable and we feature one of the practitioners at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, so we can all learn from each other. The mission is to level up global collective consciousness, because I feel that if people heal mind, body, and spirit, a lot of the stuff that we're seeing in the world today is going to evaporate and dissolve, you know? And all I can hope for is that if we keep showing up like the people that we are today, sitting in this room right here. Not the people that we need. That the world will be a better place. Because the more good that we see, the more good that's created, right? If we're watching TV and it's all war, 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 then what do you think is going to happen? We're going to create more of that, right? And if we're seeing love, people walking across the country to promote like mental health and addiction awareness, like, yeah. People like doing stuff with rehabs and inpatient detoxes. People like what you see here, Freedom Fest. And this is like recorded. It's going to go on and on and on. You know, that's what's so cool. There are some powerful people here in this room right now. Yeah, everybody here is powerful. But it's like us coming together, there's a bigger purpose than what we're seeing, right? The small conversations that we're having right now, the relationships that we're building are going to evolve into things that we can't even imagine yet. Because God doesn't make any mistakes. God, whatever you want to call it. I also want to just tell you guys that the reason I was found at 86 degrees Fahrenheit is because my mom had a feeling something happened to me. She had a feeling something happened to me and had a wellness check done on me. Like, I never was checked on. I would stay in the room for like days. Knock, knock, ready for dinner? No, not tonight. Miserable, man. Oh, like, is somebody gonna come through that door? Helicopters, you name it. If you know, you know. It's an awful place to be. And she had a wellness check done on me. And they did. They brought me back twice, you know? I don't think that everybody needs to go to the other side. I think one of the most important things that I can tell you, literally, if you're comparing yourself to me, I used to compare me to me too. You know what I mean? No, that will never happen to me. No, that's you, that's not me. I freaking died, guys. I don't know. There was no fentanyl in it. You know what I'm saying? None. It wasn't like that. I sent it. Everything I do, I go 150%. Like I fly. And that's how I did, you know, drinking and other things too. Yeah. Thank God for caffeine and recovery, huh? Oh my gosh. So like, yeah, and then even when I woke up, I remember my brother saying, I have no idea how you're here right now. And the doctor too, like, he's like, I can't believe I'm on the phone with you. And I'm shocked because I didn't have the same experience as everybody else. When I was in the 9-day coma, I was sleeping after I went to the other side. Everybody else had a very different experience than me. And I didn't realize that until years later. And then, oh wow, we didn't have the same experience at all. Mine wasn't fun either. I was pissed. I remember seeing the exit sign and I was plotting how I was going to run out of there. Little unbeknownst to me, I couldn't walk because I had 2 strokes, literally. They showed me how to eat again, walk again, everything. Today, I'm going to wrap this up. We have about 3 minutes left. Today, my inventory goes like this. I just did these recaps on social media. I'm more of a LinkedIn and an Instagram girl, guys, but I swear I'll try to get into TikTok, but that might not even happen, to be honest with you. If you text me something, I might come on, put it that way. Or if you need me to come speak on something, I'll say yes. But anyway, the way that my inventory works today goes like this: full moon, new moon. Okay, that's how it works for me. I don't know. I felt called to that right away. And then also, regularly, I feel when I'm a jerk. I say, tells me like sometimes, man, I know I'm gonna feel better when I do this. I didn't like the way that I acted. That happens. And it's normal to actually just be a human, guys. So like, put down the baseball bat and pick up the feather. But I did this recap of like the past year on social media. And after I looked at that recap, I was like, what did I do all year? Like, is this what I want to bring into the next year? And the answer was no. I want to go back into the trenches and pull people out like I used to. Like, that's what I want to do this year. And I'm not saying that because of where I am. Like, I mean that. I used to stay home on Christmas, New Year's, birthdays. I didn't care in case somebody needed me, you know? And then, like, I got important or something. And I'm not. I'm another bozo on the bus, just like everybody else. And, like, my, like, firm thing that I realized in doing that inventory with social media, all the stuff that I did in 2025, is like, I want to go back into the trenches. Like, my name is Trish Kane. I'm an alcoholic and I'm an addict. Let's go. Thank you.
Thank you again, Trish, and she's running off. Oh, this is what I'm saying. But no, you're running off. I was not aware. I was not aware we were gonna have a big conversation about catheters. Which is the word you were searching for. And speaking of catheters, we're not gonna talk about catheters. I think I've already said catheters too many times. You know, this is the fifth time I've said catheters. Catheter is no longer gonna be mentioned, but it's Freedom Fest, so you never know what's gonna be said. So, Trish, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for sharing with us. We are gonna take another break and we will be back at 2:15 for our next speaker. Who's Chief Road Executive, and we've got a big introduction lined up for him. So everybody go take get some coffee and we've got big things coming.
So we're all. That's how a lot of. That's how I feel. Well, specifically like, I.
Okay, everybody, we are ready to start again. This is what you don't want to miss. You want to get in there, you want to be ready, you want to be prepared. Hopefully you got some coffee. And, be prepared to, be excited. Be excited. Yeah.
A big part of my recovery, I've been noticing a lack of resources wherever I go. Um, I think I can kind of like the superpower, like Trish was talking about. I can just notice like what needs to be done. And I found out I had a voice. They didn't used to call me out of the South in my younger days, but now I've turned my voice to the right direction. And I have gone to many town hall meetings. I've reached out to the attorney general and senators and just wherever I can, wherever I see someone talking about addiction or recovery, like I'm there, I'm in your face. What's the word? Say, they're just gonna ignore it or say no. I was on a Facebook post, it was about big drug bust, local, and I think that's where Chief found me. I don't know, I saw me commenting in the comments and he reached out to me. And he told me he was chief of police in Charleston County and it opened the door to John and I reaching out to him and we found out the amazing things he's doing in this county. The opioid settlement fund, every state gets some money and, you really don't know what they're doing with it, but you can find out, like public record. In my town, 2 years ago, I was invited by the town of Bluffton, chief of police to see what they were doing. He wanted advice, what to do with the opioid settlement fund. He was telling me what his plans were. At that time, the town council didn't even know what Narcan was. So, it was really cool that he wanted to hear me. I got sober in jail. Like I couldn't believe they were taking me seriously. So when I found out that they have been putting every single penny to what matters and how to make change the solution, not just buying a bunch of like recovery swag to hand out at events or just random things. It makes sense. They're doing so much in the community. And I'm just really excited that he even came on our little live podcast and explained a lot. And it opened the door for so many people in our social media community to go to their towns and talk to their police and see what they're doing. And they showed a lot of the podcasts to their police and he's making a huge difference. And I'm really proud to be part of the state and see what more he has to do. And I can't wait to hear what he's going to say. So here's Chief Christopher Roser.
I had to look to see if it was morning or afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Charleston County. So I currently work at the Charleston County Sheriff's Office. So currently we're in Charleston City. So there's Charleston City, you have Mount Pleasant across the bridge. Charleston County covers all parts of that, right? So January 7th of last year, Sheriff Rich was sworn in as the new sheriff of Charleston County. And he invited me over to come over as the chief deputy, over administration. Really a lot of boring stuff. I don't do real police work anymore. However, one of the big things I requested is I want to have a community wellness team and I want to hand select who I want on that team. Absolutely no problem. Let's backtrack a little bit. 20 years ago, he sat down with the founder of Wicked Carolina and they started the Mount Pleasant Overdose Program, first one in the state. So with that, we were able to. So we really wanted to work that into Charleston County, and I think we'd be able to have a better outreach. I actually first met Krista online. I was on YouTube, killing some time before the council meeting. And I saw where you were at a council meeting and loved it. And I was like, who is this courageous person to stand in front of these people and put them on the spot? I was like, I like her. I got to connect. So they really connect. She actually knows a relative of mine, and it worked out. So we really connected, and we started talking about Freedom Fest. And we're glad that y'all are here in Charleston. Whoever brought the cold weather, please take it back with you. Weekend, we were in the 70s with flip flops. So, yeah, if I'm not in uniform, I'm in flip flops, except for today. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, right? Why am I here? Last night was so funny. I made a point to be there at the event, the welcoming, and they introduced me. The lady that was sitting in front of me turned around and looked at me. And it was so funny because we made eye contact. And I read her mind. She said, I have shooting older than you, number one. And two, what do you have to tell me that I don't already know? So I thought that was great. We talked out. It was a good experience. Couple things. Let me give you a little bit of history of me. So I started my career in the emergency services EMS aspect of it. I was an EMT, right? In a small rural county in South Carolina. I met a lady here last night that was from here. And I would respond to these overdoses. And I could not understand why we would always go, and he's the name Johnny, why we would always go to Johnny's house for an overdose. And no one cared to make a difference, right? So one day we go to Johnny's house and he's deceased. And I was pissed because I couldn't understand why there was no type of intervention. Well, I went back to my supervisor and he said, your job is to run the calls. That was my last day at that organization because no one cared. So I started my law enforcement career in Mount Pleasant. I did 17 years with them, worked my way up to captain, and I had an easy, cushy job. You could not beat it, right? I did, throughout my career, I worked as a public information officer. And one Saturday, I was forced to cover an event at the waterfront park. I didn't know what the event was. I didn't want to be there. It was my Saturday off. No offense to the day. I volunteered to be here. But I did not want to be there and I wanted to be home. So I sat in the corner with my camera out like a 2-year-old. And this lady gets up, Nancy Shipman. If anybody has met Nancy, she owns and the co-founder of Wake Up Carolina. She told her story, how she lost a son, right? So I'm sitting in the corner and I'm not an emotional person. And there's tears coming down my face because all I can think about is I'm mad because I'm here on a Saturday and this lady lost a child. Like, what's going on here? And that was a life-changing moment for me. And I said, if I ever get that position and I can help her, I want to help her. Fast forward to Mount Pleasant, 17 years there. About my 16th year, I was sat down and said, hey, we're going to revamp our overdose response. We're failing. We got to fix this. Let's do it. I want you to have a meeting with her. So I had a meeting. I'll tell you, she laid it out. I mean, she had a list of everything we were doing wrong. And I said, you know what? I need some wins. Let me get some wins. So I started working on her list and making a difference, right? We had the first Narcan drop-off, the first opioid drop-off box in the state. We installed that, right? So then we started doing Narcan training every month, some small things. And we started building trust, right? And I think that's important for our community. You build trust now. You don't wait till there's this, you start building trust together. So we worked on a lot of things and we started fixing that. I never thought I would leave that organization. But then when I got the opportunity to come to the sheriff's office to really have a major impact and do what I really wanted to do, focus on it, I took that opportunity. Shocking, I did not write a speech today. I have a couple of key points that I'm going to point out throughout my speech. But what I would like to do is if you see something or I'm going to talk about some numbers, something interesting, raise your hand, let's talk about it. You're not going to interrupt me. I have my list. I'm probably going to get lost anyway. The biggest things I want to make sure we cover these topics and you asking the questions that you have. So we started the Charleston County Sheriff's Office and we started the community wellness unit with 6 people, right? We have a couple people in the jail, a couple people working patrol. Their Narcan, this is 2024. Their Narcan is expired since 2021. Every deputy who's carried Narcan is expired. We don't have a single piece of Narcan in the organization that is not expired. So that's first. The deputies were not carrying Narcan on their person. Some were, some weren't. Guess how many units of Narcan pushed out in 2024? 101. 101. There was no outreach. We were too busy. We were running calls, we weren't doing it. And funny story, you're going to think, hey, the police always think they do everything right? We weren't. We were doing everything wrong. You know who was doing our follow-ups for overdose response? The uniformed officer. So I've never been, and I'll put that out there, I've never had an overdose. I don't have a history with that, but I can, right? My heart's in the right place. But if I woke up from having Narcan, I probably don't want to see the same person that just gave me the Narcan and brought me back off my high. Nor do I want to see anybody with a badge and gun. So we quickly realized the uniformed deputy was not going to work for uniformed officer. We changed that to plain clothes. Then we realized, oh, now let's do peer support. Why don't we bring in peer support? And the first door that got shut in our faces, when you can't use peer support because individuals have a criminal history, you can't have them anywhere near the sheriff's office, right? I'm like, that's dumb. So the first thing we did is let's contract. We could have contract employees. We could work through that. So we started working through this. And I'll talk about how some of the doors have been slammed in our face. Even ours, trust me. Again, I'm not in your situation. I can't relate to what y'all have been through. I respect it. I want to help everyone that we can. And we're here for y'all. We're working together. And the biggest key of that's going to be partnership. So the message I have today is together we can. Together we can. So we started community wellness. We get there. We have 6 people. As of today, we have 10. 10. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm up here speaking, but before I go too far, there's 2 ladies here from the Charleston County Sheriff's Office. If y'all stand up, be recognized. These are. We have one focuses on our elder, correct? And then we have one that just got hired about a week and a half ago. And she is grant funded, opioid settlement funds. And her job is outreach in the community. She's going to be boots on the ground. And, I mean, we're very serious about this. We have a plan and we're work. I want to talk about some things we did. So currently there's a lieutenant that works directly for me. That's another thing that's important, right? So if anybody in the military or anybody in law enforcement, we go all through the ranks. First thing we realize is that's going to cause problems and there's red tape. So this we can answer directly to me as a chief deputy because I want, if they need it, they're going to get it. I can promise you that. And we're going to keep pushing forward. We have 2 mental health support services clinicians inside the detention center. We have 2 overdose outreach, 1 here, 1 that also works in the detention center, 2 reentry specialists in the detention center. We're adding a certified deputy to handle overdose response as well as mental health. You met our advocate for the elders. Thank you. And then one thing that's funny, how many of y'all think that opioids affect law enforcement? So we have a full-time on-staff individual that works with our officers for wellness. If they're running into an issue, if they have an issue, anything that comes up, please reach out. We want to help the officer, right? They see a lot of bad things. And what we want to do is try to get ahead of it. We're all humans, and that's the biggest part of it. So in 2024, I said we gave out 101 Narcan kits. Anybody want to guess how many we gave out in 2025? 200, 300, right? How about 4,097 kits? And that's the angels that are working the street. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I'm 90% of them in the office, and I'm pushing the paper to make sure they get what they need. And I will tell you this was a big thing to the Charleston County Sheriff's Office and Sheriff Richard. You know, I left an agency where I had a cushy job after 17 years, and I was up next for promotion to go over there because I know we can make a difference. We can truly make a difference in this community. And I hope we have the same festival here next year, maybe in a little warmer time. We're going to fill these queues. There's going to be a wait list out the store, and we're going to make sure that we focus hard on that in our community. We owe that to everyone. 1,351 was distributed during community outreach events. So we're out in the community. One thing that I love, so we're driven by data, right? If we see that we're having overdoses in a certain community, we're going to have a pop-up. We're over there. We want to hand out Narcan, talk to people, what's going on, right? And community wellness does not fall under enforcement. We do not do any enforcement in community wellness. If someone in there calls 911 because someone's having an overdose, no one is going to jail. No one. No one. Right? But I will tell you this, we will find that dealer, we will hunt you down, and we will make sure we come and arrest you. We arrested, and I said we were part of it. There was an arrest in North Charleston last year, and we immediately saw, it was at a hotel, we immediately saw a drop in overdoses, right? Our detectives are going after these dealers, and we're going to get them, and we're going to arrest them. But those individuals that are liable and are running into these overdoses, and they're really trying to get their life straight, we're going to do everything in our power, front to back, to help them. Our deputies now all carry Narcan. It's on their person. So you get, and all of our detention deputies went out carrying Narcan on them. So let's talk about someone that's incarcerated. So we made a lot of changes. Before we implemented these changes, you went to the detention center and you were arrested. No one really knew what you were there for. No one really tracked all of that. Now we have three things that we're tracking in the detention center mainly. Mental health, we're tracking drug use, and we're also tracking suicide attempts. So here's our thing. So let's say we're going back to Johnny. Johnny goes into the detention center and he has a history of opioid issues, right? He immediately gets flagged in our system. Opioid outreach in the detention center works with him all the way through his sentencing. We go to drug court with him, we talk to judges, we help you out, right? When you get out of jail and you're getting ready to be released, that opioid outreach person takes you to Charleston Center, Faber Low Country, Wake Up Carolina, some of the people that are in here, Seagrove Recovery is here. We take you there with a scholarship from our opioid settlement funds. No cost to you. We'll drive you there. We'll drop you off. And we follow up with you every single day or week until we get you back out of into society, out of the criminal justice system. So that's our goal. We always get it right. No. Do we save every single person that we try? No. But our efforts are there every single time. And our peer support's the biggest thing. We also have a peer support program in the detention center. I went to the first graduation the other day. Don't quote me on the number, but I believe about 40 graduates have graduated the program. Some of those will come back in as mentors and we'll help focus on getting them into recovery. And I'll tell you, some of those individuals have been through hell. And that's it. They've been through it is interesting to see these same individuals, things that they go through. I sat with, and I'll tell you about building trust, talk a little story. I sat with a mom on Friday afternoon. Nancy Shipman brought her in. Her son died of an overdose in Lincolnville, which is an area, rural area of Charleston County. And she said, listen, my son died in this house. They're dealing drugs. People are going to die. What are you going to do? And she was pointing right in my face. I blame you. I'm like, I just started. Like, you got to give me some time. Let's work together. So the next week I had to go over there for a meeting and I stopped by at the street and I took a picture of the street sign and I sat there with my blue lights on my car for a couple of hours. And I sent her a picture and she's like, oh my God, you remember? I'm like, well, not only do I remember, I ask the narcotics team every single day, where are we at with this case? Why we have not made an arrest? And then we have a Dropbox over there and she goes out and hands out Narcan. Now I'll tell you, she's no joke. She walks around with her revolver, whether or not it's legal or not. I don't ask questions. She makes sure she gets the Narcan over there. And we've made some efforts in that area. But that's how you build trust. You know, you have to keep following up. I'll text her after today on my way home and just say, hey, just checking in. This is what's going on. This is what we're doing. She'll be like, why didn't you invite me? Probably. But that's what makes a difference, right? That makes a big difference for every single person. So we came up, funny story, I thought I was being employed. We came up with these purple boxes, Charleston Center. Have y'all seen them? They're called Barney boxes. They're huge. They're purple. You see them? So we decided to put these in our high areas. Oh, it's like a newspaper box. You open it, it's full of Narcan, take it, no questions asked. I don't need to know who you are, just take it, right? So we put them all over our high areas that we're having overdoses. Well, I forgot to tell you. South Carolina and Nashville State. We posted this on social media, which is still pinned on our social media with the Charleston County Sheriff's Office. We posted on Friday afternoon. We put the boxes out. I had to think about it Saturday morning. He calls me, a purple box. And I said, well, what is the story? I probably should have told you about this. Everyone said, hey, where's the incident? Where's the evidence? You know, these people did this to themselves. So we went on and challenged a couple people, and then I saw how that goes, but it went by. And even though we didn't specifically put in there that this was paid for non-taxpayer dollars, it's opioid settlement funds, it got the attention we needed. And mothers have reached out and said, hey, that Narcan saved my kid's life. Grandma's like, hey, I had the Narcan in my car, and I just saved this neighbor, right? The Good Samaritan model. As long as you're trying to do the right thing, doesn't really matter, right? We're all trying to help each other. My cruisers have it, my personal cars have Narcan. I fly with Narcan. Sometimes I get stopped for secondary screening, sometimes I don't. You never know what you may be, and you may have to use it. So really big with harm reduction in South Carolina. I think it's really helped us. We're still using these purple boxes. We just asked for 10 more. We put them all over the county. That's Ms. Daniel's job is going to be focusing on is getting these things out. They are humongous. You have to have an SUV. But we could put, I think, 50 boxes of Narcan in there and we deploy them. Lincolnville, we have them. Currently, Hollywood, positive vibes. College of Charleston, that was our first college that reached out to us. Phenomenal numbers there. That college is right down the street. You can walk to it. The Econo Lodge, we had it there, then they were getting too much, negative publicity, so they want us to pull it. And I said, what do you think about people who be dying? Don't, right? So just some of these things. James Island, so we had to go, only one municipality made us come in front of their whole city council and talk to them about why we're gonna leave a box at their city hall. So Lieutenant Sumner gave a speech, and I'm standing there, I mean, this room is hot, it's packed, there's no room, and this lady is right here, like, I could see what she had for dinner, she's right here. And she says, what are we gonna do when a kid goes in and gets that Narcan and uses it? And I looked at her seriously, because, and I was, what are you gonna do? Your child overdoses if you don't have it. And they quickly, and they approved it. I'm sure that had something to do with it, but they approved it, and we've been using those boxes. The stigma is always gonna be there. It's gonna be there. We have to work through that, and I think we could do that together. So let me tell you about how overdose works in Charleston County. I respond to 123 Main Street for an overdose, because Johnny's had an overdose, right? And we give, all deputies have Narcan, usually with the first on scene. We provide Narcan, we give as much as we need, and then EMS comes over and takes over care. Immediately, and there's some changes going on with this now. At Charleston County, we're looking at doing maybe a day or two to follow up, and we realize that's not gonna work. Focus back to Mount Pleasant, because again, we're building Charleston County, not similar to Mount Pleasant. We were able to provide follow-up immediately, right, with a phone call. So that follow-up is done, we provide resources, and we get them into treatment, whether we have to take them somewhere or not. Charleston Center has come out with a app called Bridge to Hope. And a lady spoke about it last night, it really caught my attention, I'm so glad to hear that. Chris Cherry works for Favor Low Country, and if you hit that button, so what we'll do is definitely get them to download this on their phone. And there's a button that says I need resources, you click that button, Chris Cherry's cell phone rings. We're at the governor's conference a couple months ago, and we're doing a presentation to a lot of high-end people in the state trying to get this program right. And I'll never forget it. They were talking about how it works, and this guy's like, well, if it works so good, hit the button. Let's hear somebody call it. There's always one in the room, right? He hits the button and he says, hey, what's going on? He picks up his phone, and I stepped and said, what else you want? Like, here we are. So those things that really make a difference, right? It really does make a difference. What was so frustrating us, we were figuring out that overdose, by the time someone has a non-fatal overdose and trying to get treatment, we were unfortunately having a fatal overdose before we would get it into treatment. So that's where we realized what the issue was. Now, Charleston does have a program called Critical Incident Management Systems. It's based out of Massachusetts. Every agency in Massachusetts has it, except Boston PD. Charleston County has it, and Dorchester County has it. It's a neighboring county for us. The program was designed to share information among law enforcement for overdoses. When Charleston first got it, we weren't sharing information. Let me tell you what happened. We respond to a gas station in Mount Pleasant, and there's a deceased female in the bathroom overdose, right? We start the investigation. I get notified a couple of days later that she had had non-fatal overdose 6 in a neighboring jurisdiction, and there was nothing done. And I was furious because I reverted back to my EMS times, but nobody helped. So how do we fix this? We all came up with sharing agreements. Charleston County just took over this program. And the great part is, the county pays for it through opioid settlement funds. All the agencies get to use it. So we were able to get those agreements in. So if you have an overdose in Boston, or you have an overdose in Charleston, communication is there, information is shared. We can provide resources and follow up in real time and save someone's life, right? So we asked developers, hey, we want to share this information with nonprofits because we partner with them so they can do the follow-up with peer support. Like, no, you definitely can't do that. I was like, well, I'm going to take a note for an answer, so let's try it again. Got it approved, they took it back from us. And everybody's pointing fingers. So I got everyone in the room thinking they were going to a lunch and said, which one of y'all pulled our axes? Because I want to know right now. We were immediately, it was fixed that day, and that program is now developed all in Charleston County. So if there is an overdose in Charleston City, right here, North Charleston, everybody communicates the information together. Every law enforcement agency has a trusted partnership that does the follow-up, right? The first thing that comes to mind, HIPAA. HIPAA can't share anything. Guess what? The information is entered by law enforcement from police reports, which is public information. So now what? Now what you got? Right? So now we're able to share that information. When EMS gets involved, it's a little shaky because you do run into HIPAA, so we put it back on the law enforcement. But that's where the law enforcement has to have shared partnership, trusted partnership with the community. That community and that nonprofit's got to have that same trust back. But that has really, so in Mount Pleasant, we implemented that program our first year, 40% reduction in non-fatal overdose. When that happened, guess where my first stop was? Governor's office. I got a lot to talk about. Let's talk about this. So we presented at the National RX Conference. We presented at the South Carolina Governor's Conference. We presented at PARI, Police Assisted Recovery. We presented at, but we presented all these things to talk about. And our whole point is, if it's working here, why are we not doing it? And you know, law enforcement is good about anything. It's not sharing information. Let me tell you, 18 years, I can tell you that. So we started doing it. And I think that's going to be a big change for us. But if it wasn't for Favor Low Country stepping in and Wake Up Carolina and our trusted partnerships, we wouldn't be in the spot we're in today. And that's important to us. Charleston County Sheriff's Office taking over as a citizens administrator. So that program we talked about, we meet once a week, every Wednesday. Law enforcement's in there, nonprofits are in there, clinicians are in there. And we talk about what we're seeing. Hey, we're seeing a purple drug over here. We've got a couple of fatals. What's going on? The coroner's office is part of it. We're all sharing information real time. But also on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, if something's going on, we got group chats to back us up, right? But we're gonna get jumping on this and try to make sure we get it going. And it really has made a difference for us. And I think that's the biggest thing for us. The thing is, you have to have trust, and that's what's important. Again, we talked about how we didn't always get it right, but we worked through some of those things. Two things that I want to make sure I bring up before I go into my conclusion. One, Charleston Center is an amazing organization. You have not been there. Joking at all? Yes. There we go. Charleston Center is a county-owned facility, the same county I work for. They have detox, they have sober living, they have step down, step up, whatever you need. That program has changed the lives of Charleston County. We do not use it. Sobering services, yes. So let me tell you a little story about it. You get pulled over, or you're walking down the street and you're intoxicated, right? Let's not take you to jail. Let's take you to the sobering center. If you want to write a ticket, write the ticket. Don't take them to jail. Let's take them over to Charleston Center. Let's get them to sober up, and let's see if we can't get them in the service. There is a piece of data that I saved. This information has not been shared from the coroner's office yet, Charleston County. I saved it for this, so this is the first time it will be released. In 2024, we had 100 fatal overdoses in Charleston County. 100. Sorry, we corrected 174. 174 in 2024. Currently, for 2025, the numbers are still working through the last 30 cases. We're going to look at a max of 130. We're thinking 130. Our work is there. Our work is there, right? And it's all of us working together. It's not law enforcement doing it. It's not nonprofits doing it. Everybody working together, sharing information, and getting it done. And that's what's important to us. One thing I do want to also mention, and this is also not public information yet, but it will be now. We are looking at a special project. So one thing that I love about where I work, my sheriff tells me, if you want to do it. Just give me a heads up on like the purple boxes. We're going to start a project similar to the Yellow Line project out west, right? So you have 4 or 5 charges that you're going to take this individual to jail. If they're on this sheet, there's a line. When you cross that line, you're in detention. It is what it is, right? You'll have people inside working with you. But if you don't want to cross this line, you're part of these 4 or 5 charges. We're going to hold these charges. The judge has already signed off on it. We're going to hold these charges, and we're going to get you in the treatment. You complete this treatment program, this charge never goes on your record. Yeah. Right. The County Sheriff's Office is going to pilot this program. If it works, we're going to extend it further out to other organizations. It will work. We're dedicated to it. This is going to help reduce jail population. This is going to help get people into services. One thing that I do want to say is when we get someone into services, we don't stop communicating with them. We've been the SIMS program, we track them daily, every 5 days, 10 days. We're checking, Wake Up Carolina, Favor Low Country, checking. And what I love about that program is not used for law enforcement activities. It's for tracking overdoses and getting people into services. And long term, long term, if we get out with Johnny on the side of the road, we know he just came from Charleston Center last week, let's take him right back. Let's not take him to the jail, let's take him right back. And by the way, Johnny gets the name I always use. That's right. In conclusion, this is what I want to say, right? It can be done. I want you to challenge your legislators. I want you to challenge your elected officials. Challenge your sheriffs, your police departments, and it can be done. Share my contact with any and everyone. And I'll be glad to do so. Well, we got a couple counties in South Carolina who's trying to get on board. So here's the thing, these counties have this money and don't know how to spend it. We need to hold them accountable and they need to spend it correctly. They need to spend it where it should, not buying things that are not part of the opioid settlement funds. I sit on the South Carolina Opioid Settlement Fund Center of Excellence Board and the only law enforcement officer in the state. And I hold these people accountable. Let me tell you, if I find out that they're using this money on something they're not supposed to, I'm knocking on the door, I'm ringing the phone. And if they don't answer, I will go to their house. Don't take no for an answer, right? Do not take no for an answer. I was told no. There was organizations, and I'll tell you another fun story. There was organizations that laughed at us when we started that plus. When we put out that first press release for a 40% reduction, it was shocking. I had a police chief that I was trying to convince, we need to change this. We need to fix this area. We gotta work on this, right? Just, we don't have overdoses. I said, oh, you're number 2 in the state, and you don't have overdoses? You can't turn your eye to it. Can't turn your eye to it. It's there. Help each other, right? We're here to help you. The other thing is, the set doors being closed in your face. I'm sure a lot of people here can recognize that. Kick those doors in. I mean, figuratively, please don't say I said do it. Do not let people tell you no. I'm telling you, go back for it. People will tell you, I heard somebody say earlier, shoes the mouth of the fountain. We must share that title. Here we go. We must share that title. So we can go well. Build relationships now. Mount Pleasant has an overdose event every year. They recognize everyone that has passed away. It's an amazing, amazing opportunity. I was there 2 years ago helping set up, and I'll never forget it. The lady who I've known, I've been to calls and she's been arrested. She's holding the hammer where hammer states. She's holding the hammer like this. She said, I never thought I'd be this close to a deputy with a hammer. And I'm like, yeah, me either. And then another funny story, my barber, I go to quite regularly. It's so funny. He was shaving my neck the other a couple weeks ago, and he says, I never thought I would ever be this close to a dead's neck in uniform with a knife. And I was like, oh. And he was much bigger than me, and we laughed. And Asa, who's from Favorite Low Country, she said that's one. He's in recovery. He's had 4 or 5 relatives that have passed away. He gives speeches. The other day when he came back, he said, "Man, you're going to knock it out of the park. I can't wait to watch it online. You can watch it now." You never know in the community who's going through what. Everybody's a human, and we just have to be there for each other and have compassion and treat everybody with dignity and respect. One of the big things we do not allow, we don't use the word act at the sheriff's office. It's just not allowed in our building. Even when other people say it, even when an individual that has substance disorder says it makes me cringe, because we don't want that. We don't want anyone to feel the stigma or feel like they've been judged. And again, like I said in the beginning, never forgive and always remember, together we can. Thank you.
I'm telling you, this is so awesome, isn't it? Chief Bogan, thank you so much for being here. There was a lot of people when we told that we're gonna have a police officer here. They've been sitting on their hands the whole time. But it's so good to see, to have the stigma, this is stigma, right? We have an epidemic on our hands. People are dying, and we can either work together or we can't work together. And that, Chief, thank you for just being an example of us working together. And I hope everybody is watching and sends this to their local law enforcement, sends this to their elected officials, and lets them know that there is another way, there is another solution. And Chief, actually, he will get on the phone with you. you got a problem, you want to talk to somebody, Chief will answer the phone. And, I just want to thank you one more time, brother. Thank you.
Great job, by the way.
Put together any resource that we can go see what you've done on paper that we can take.
So we're do that now, we're gonna. We're gonna kind of play out what we can improve. All that we will get. Our sheriff allowance from, you just put 18 on, kind of, that's not a problem. Our name is trying to keep. You know, I was gonna come from, I mean, come on. If I may say, we went to the Orange Conference last year at Nashville, and I'm sad the fact that now, and they're talking, and the guy was like, yeah, we don't think it's still water before it's jail. And I really started getting on and talking to Mike, I was like, y'all are done, like, this is a good idea. So I said that with Thomas, because then it was over with, I was like, you like. And we actually talked about that, it no longer does a big change, that we had a conversation, so
Awesome.
you just gotta be able to change.
Great
And again,
job.
right, we learned, and but
Okay, so for those who are watching from home and are looking at me awkwardly, be quiet. There was a question that Chief answered. So thank you very much. We're gonna take a break and we have a panel coming up in 8 minutes. So get your coffee. And it was.
Okay, everybody, and, so this is our first panel discussion, which I'm very excited about. And welcome back. We are at Freedom Fest 2026, and on our panel today, we have Glynis Robbins, and I think I got a mic right there. And, from Elite Home Defense. Okay. And we have Ben LaGrange from Southern Sky Racing. Hello, pleasure to be here. And we have Mike Powell from Silverhead.
Howdy, y'all. Come sit down.
So, first things first, we're gonna go through a little bit, do kind of an introduction, tell us, find out what you do, what your goal is, and what your mission is. Start, go with Ben.
Okay, my name is Ben LaGrange. My job title is Community Relations Advocate for Southern Sky Recovery. We are an boarded outpatient rehab in Lupton, South Carolina. And my job, I wear many hats, but I think what I tell people I do is I get people into treatment. Whether that's with us, or if they need detox, or if they need sober living, or if they need to be connected with a meeting, or if they need state resources or individual counselor or therapist, I will help them find that person, find that program, find that home path to recovery.
Wonderful, Ben, thank you. And, oh yeah, go to the bottom. So now we're gonna move over to Glenn. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us a little bit about your Elite Home Defense and what your role is.
Okay, my name is Glynis. I'll just yell really loud.
Okay.
My name is Glynis Front. I am one of the team members of Elite In-Home Detox. We do detox in someone's home. If someone's unwilling or unable to go to a treatment facility, it offers an opportunity for them to get the same support in their house. I'm also the host of the Peak of Possibility podcast, and I'm really grateful to be here and grateful to be part of mission. So.
Wonderful. And lastly, we're gonna talk to Mike. We get a lot of feedback. I don't know if it's through me, I probably get a lot of feedback anyway. I get feedback without Mike. We're gonna move over to Mike Powell from SoberHats.com. Tell us a little bit about Sober Hats and your mission.
I will. We're going to give you feedback later, John. So my name's Mike Powell. I'm from Delaware. We're getting about 20 inches of snow right now, so I might be in Charleston here with y'all for a while. But I'm in long-term recovery. For a living, I'm not in the industry like some of you. I work at a bank. I've been there for 29 years. It's very boring. But that bank has sent me to treatment, away to treatment. Over the course of 29 years, they've sent me away to treatment 3 different times. And this summer, I was telling my kids that, and one of my kids looked at me and said, "What do you tell people when you get back from treatment?" And I said, "I don't say a word. I don't say anything. I don't tell anybody I'm in recovery." And that's just what I said. And, we started talking. My son's response was, "What if you were diabetic and you've had to go away for a month? You'd come back and you'd be like, that's diabetic. Come on, let's spoil again." You would talk about it, and we didn't talk about it. And I really believe it was divine intervention that God came down and said, "I have to do something." And what we did, and when I say we, I mean my wife, my kids, my stepkids, we all kind of kicked in and decided that we were going to create a piece of clothing, which happens to be a hat, that lets people, there's the hat, that lets people, recover out loud and help end the stigma. And I'll tell you my personal experience, and thank you thank you, by the way, for everybody that bought hats. My personal experiences when I started wearing that hat, a lot of the shame left me because I kept it in silence. I kept it in the dark and I started recovering out loud. And now today, my hope is that by selling hats, I'm not looking to do it so I can buy a new pass, obviously, financially. I'm doing it because I really want to get the word out there and I want people to have the ability to share their recovery in a very easy, way.
Wonderful, Mike. Thank you so much. So today's panel, our topic for the panel is character. You know, when we talk about recovery, we talk about, you know, the character defects, talk about shortcomings. We talk about things that are to build our character, you know. And, you know, this involves, you know, from the get-go, you know, coming into recovery, having no self-esteem, to doing esteemable acts and helping others to building self-esteem. These are all character building, you know, things. So Ben, what's your take on character?
Oh, man.
Oh, that's us.
Man, it's like great mind. Thank you. Well, thank you for the question. Thank you for having us. I think for me, I'll just start with sort of my first moment of clarity when I got through detox and to sober living, where I got sober this last time. I think when I got there, I was so afraid of what everybody else thought. I was embarrassed. I was detoxing still. And I realized that this fear of being my authentic self and showing up and being seen was the taproot of everything that was sitting. I recognized that, and through the course of staying with that sober living, I just kept getting honest about who I was. And I think for me, that was the first step. That was the first time I think that I started to get honest with myself and get honest with other people, because the first person that I learned how to lie to was myself. So doing that over and over again and showing up over and over again, when you get honest over and over again, you will learn some things about yourself. And learning those things about myself, being honest, when I can't do all the 12 steps, when I can't conquer every character defect that I have, when it's too much and I'm overthinking everything, I just go back to honesty. I go back to honesty, open-mindedness, willingness. That is how I did it. And it's a cliche, but that's how I did it. And when I can't do all three of those, I just show up and I'm honest.
Ben, thank you so much for the answer, right? Good. Glennis, I'm moving over to you. Tell us, what you take on character and character development in recovery?
Yeah, I think, for a long time, I thought that character was the same thing as personality. Like how you outwardly show up in the world, like maybe you're funny or you have charisma or you're high energy. But I think my understanding has shifted to character being defined more as like who you are fundamentally in the depths of your soul. Like what does that look like? And I think when we're born, being a person in recovery, like we're all born whole and perfect and loved and, you know, without shame or resentment. And these things that happen to us throughout our lives kind of shift, right? And then we start to develop this like layer and this skin that we think is keeping us safe. For me, that was a big part of the reason that I drank and used, right? I started drinking and I started using to kind of keep myself separated, keep myself protected from all these like things, these feelings of being unwanted. And I started showing up in the world and doing things like lying, cheating and stealing, you know, committing crime and all these things. And if you knew me at that time, you would say like my character was probably pretty defective. I wasn't a very good person, right? But the truth is it was really just this like kind of mask that I had been wearing. And when I finally got sober and I started to take a look really at like, who am I fundamentally as a human being? Like, what are the building blocks of what this is made up of? I started to kind of slowly shed the layers of all of these, like these rules I've been using in order to manage life, right? And in sobriety today, I would say, that one of the lessons I've learned is that like recovery is not really a program of addition, but more subtracting and being rid of like all these things that have been like blocking me from like the fundamental person that I actually am, right? A person who is honest and kind and loving and reliable, right? Like that's who I am, and that's who the people in my life when they describe me, that's the person that they know today, right? That's how I show up in the world. So hope that answered the question.
Oh my goodness, did it? Oh my favorite, it's so good, goodness, it's so good, Mike, it's so much pressure. It's all about character now, and I don't mind it, at all. But Mike, I trust it, I love it. What did you think on character and character development, my friend?
You know what, in school, I was always the last one to be picked, so I'm kind of used to this. You know, I was going to start off by saying it's better to have character than to be a character, but I won't do that. You know, I agree with what was just said, that character in recovery is not a personality trait, right? For me, it's things like honesty, accountability, humility, respect, patience, compassion, all of these things. And when I use alcohol and drugs, they completely, I become a little bit delusional, and something goes on with that frontal lobe, and I don't make the best decisions, and I don't have those character pieces. And I first came into AA in 1991. I was 20 years old. I'm 55 now, and I've had various lengths of sobriety. And each time I would move away from recovery, I share this every time that I can because I feel it's so critical. I would lose my connection to recovery. And what would happen is my behaviors would change. So which means my characters would change. I become dishonest. And before I knew it, I was literally two separate people. I was the person that came home at night, and I was the person that didn't come home at night. And the character piece came when you think about it. For me, and this is just for me, I was thinking about this when the chief was speaking and how wonderful it is that he's doing what he's doing. That alcohol and drugs were never my problem. They were my solution, right? They were the solution to my thinking. So by taking away the alcohol and drugs, that didn't really just cure my character overnight. Sure, it made some things better, but I had to do the work, and for myself, and everybody chooses different things, which I respect every one of them. For me, it was 12 steps, and the 12 steps have taught me the ability to have character, especially when it's the most important and when it's the most meaningful. For me, for my family, accountability, integrity, trustworthy is the most important thing because I smashed a lot of that. And I was able to get that back, not by just stopping drinking and drugging, or that had to happen, but by doing the work with other men, speaking with other men, and ultimately helping other men, that I was able to kind of pick up and start to have integrity in the thing that I was doing. And today it's the same thing. What's very scary for somebody that is, if there's any relapsers in here, each time that I relapse, I swore I would never, ever do it again. I swear to my children, and if you have children, you know how much I love them, and I love them. I swore I'd never do it again. But as soon as I got away from the connection with you people, I found myself sitting on the edge of the bed saying, I can't believe that happened again. So, and with that came lack of character, and the words that I mentioned, such as integrity and compassion and empathy and honesty and humility. I mean, they really run in direct opposite phase of what the 12 steps and what recovery is about. So I'm really grateful. When I got asked to talk about this topic, it kind of scared me. I was, I'm a character, but when I started thinking about it, that's the reality of it. That when I'm drinking and drugging, I'm completely a different person, and I make the wrong decisions, and I'm not trustworthy, and I don't have that character piece. Now, I will say, even sober, working the program, I got to keep a close thumb on it, because I can switch back to that real easy as soon as I forget and I take my will back. And I start to try to control things, and I think that I'm the CEO of the company I work for, the stock's gonna go down if I don't show up. None of that is even remotely true. They won't even know I'm there. But I gotta be careful of that, to make sure that I stay on top of myself, to be responsible.
Mike, thank you so much. So when we were setting this up, we were setting Freedom Fest up, and we brought up different topics that we wanted to talk. Krista, this was one that you wanted to talk when you brought up character. You think like, but what do you think about our camp and what they've said about character?
I don't think I came up with that one, but, I do like talking about it. I have to follow that, all
I'm telling you, these have been 3 mic drops.
that. Character makes me think of character defects. We all do them, not just us in, recovery or addiction. I'm 10 years sober, but I'm not still in recovery to get sober. I've been sober. I suffer from anger, overthinking, codependency. There is a list. That's my husband. But it's, I always had the feeling of not fitting in as a kid. I want to be like everybody else. Why am I different? Never knew who I was. And it wasn't until I started going to the rooms of AA that I learned these character defects and to do the opposite. And all of a sudden, because I was the town joke, the town drunk for so long. No one ever took me seriously. They made fun of me. Some people still do to this day, I think, because they know they can get under my skin. But today I don't have to live like that. I do the opposite, like I was taught, and I'm an honest person. My most important thing in recovery is being accountable. I show up on time. I do what I say I'm going to do. A lot of the normies don't do it, and I can see it, but I'm not going to call them out against themselves, or I'm just going to continue to lead by example, because that's literally all you can do is lead by example. And, sometimes they want what you got and they do it. And my mission is I want everybody on this planet to do some sort of 12-step program, because I couldn't believe the whole world wasn't doing it. Like, it's simple. You realize you have no control. Control's an illusion. You have to find God. You got to take your inventory and see all the things you did wrong. And then you look at those character defects, you start to do the opposite. And then you write down that list of all the people you hurt, and you're on your mission, your road to make it right. And then your side of the road is clean, and then you keep it clean. It's about maintenance. And there's something I need to work on every single day. And I'm very grateful for recovery. I'm grateful for my addiction, because it led me here. It led me to God. And it led me to being an honest person that I love myself today. So just very grateful to be here.
We did not know that she was gonna be put on the spot right now, and I don't mind. I don't mind, it doesn't bother me if they putting her in the spot. But, so this has been a great discussion just about character, and, of course, we built it from the character defects, of course, but, I want to kind of shift, and that's a good for shifting stuff, but, we're gonna talk about recovery and I want to get you guys' take on this, because we've been shouting from the mountaintops about recover out loud. And, in your guys' different professions, I know Mike didn't do that, because I mean, you're wearing that. So it's, but Ben, what's your take on the recover out loud movement?
Oh, man.
There you go.
I love it. I think that for me, I was not out loud about my recovery for a long time. I don't think I ever posted. I would post stuff kind of recovery adjacent, or that were like sort of that weren't personal, for me. And I think just this year I posted about my sobriety anniversary, my sobriety birthday. And I did a long post on it, and I was just like, it was something that I was moved to do because I saw other people doing it. And it had a huge impact on me. I posted about my recovery before, but I had kept it quiet, and I think I realized after watching other people post about it that I was being selfish, and I was afraid of what other people thought, as I always am. And I was keeping this gift to myself that I had gotten. And I think, here's what I always say. I should have done them. I should have done them, and I didn't. So everything is bonus. So if I get up here and I stumble over the words and I fall off the stage, and I'm like, it's bonus, like I shouldn't even be here. So when I had that mindset, it's amazing. And I think that, a good friend of mine once said that addiction is contagious, but so is recovery.
Oh, man, thank you, Ben. That was phenomenal. And Glennis, what is your take on the recover out loud movement?
Yeah. Ooh, it's a lot louder than before. Surprise, it's me. Recovering out loud. Okay, so when I was newly sober, been sober 6.5 years, and when I was, thank you. When I was newly sober this time around, I was honest with, my sober community, of course. But there were things in my journey that I wasn't even honest about that. I was a federal felon. I'd been on the streets. I'd been working as a prostitute, like things that were really shameful. At least I saw them as being very shameful and embarrassing and humiliating. And maybe it was in my second year of being sober where I remember sharing some of these things with just some sober women, right? Just like small group of sober women. And I remember after that experience, having a couple of women come up to me and be like, "Oh my God, like, I just said that, I've had that experience too." Like, I've never heard anybody talk about that. And I was like, "Oh, it's not that bad. Maybe I could actually help someone." And then I started kind of talking a lot more openly about it, in larger rooms with more people, video and on social media, and really kind of divulging like parts of myself that I saw as being like very objectionable for the time. There's still people who might object, to my past, but what I found is the more authentic, vulnerable, honest, and honest that I showed up, the more I was open with loved with open arms, like people welcomed me. And also I had the opportunity, the unique opportunity to help people who had certain experiences that not everybody else has had. And what I came to find is that my pain can actually be someone else's medicine rather than having it be, a dark cloud following me that I needed to be embarrassed about. And I've also found like the more authentic and genuine I show up in the world, online, the deeper the connections I make. When I'm like wearing this mask or facade, similar to, character defects, it's just surface level connections. It's just, there's no depth to it. I no longer have like the same shame. I kind of like talk about my experiences out in the open to people I don't even know, like you guys. And it's really kind of empowered me rather than hurt me. So,
Amen. I love this, man. Thanks. Lastly, Mike, what is it? Tell us about the cover out loud.
I think we have a little bit of a stick with it. If you think about it, up until a few years ago, when any of us went into treatment, generally speaking, we went into a 12-step program. And you hear the word anonymous without really knowing what anonymity, and I'm one of those guys that can't say it, of what anonymity means in these programs, right? So I think in some of our minds, we think anonymous, and well, we can't tell anybody. And that's not what it means. It's more about protecting Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, whatever it is. But when you just walk in and you hear that, sometimes it can take years before you get into the book enough to understand what that means. And I think that's a headwind that we face that keeps quiet, because I firmly believe that if we aren't loud about our recovery, that others will suffer in silence, because they will have no idea. And when I say I came out, I say I came out all the time at work. Like, you came out, I'm like, no, about my recovery. Which either one would be fine. But people, you wouldn't believe the amount of people that came up to me that either said, I have a problem, my husband has a problem, my sister has a problem, my father's been sober for 12 years. My father's been sober for 20 years, but we think he's drinking again. I mean, I literally became a resource for a lot of people because I opened my mouth so others don't suffer in silence. And I feel that's the biggest reason that we have to do it, that we have to talk about it. And we don't have to talk about any 12-step program specifically. We're going to talk about the long-term recovery and the fact that there is a solution out there, and that we're able to make a difference, and we're able to help.
I love that, Mike, and you're helping so many people. Thanks, Mike. My program in the book tells me that my past is my best asset. My past is my best asset because it's going to get me into talking to other people about their business and helping people. But honestly, I think our present is our best asset. Being able to show people where we are now, and I guess sitting back and talking about the traumatic stories. Yes, we've all got them. We've all got some sort of PTSD from our drinking, from our drug use. But our present, seeing where we are now, we're all here in Charleston, South Carolina, celebrating recovery. And it's amazing. And that's what Recovery Out Loud means to me, that we can do it. And not only can we do it, but we're going to be better. And life does get better, and life gets amazing. And it won't be, it sucks. Don't get me wrong. Getting sober, staying sober is hard. But once you cross that threshold, once that miracle happens, and it happens, where I no longer have the urge to drink, I no longer have the urge to pick up. Today I get to live my life, and I get to go out and make decisions, and not all of them are the best decisions, trust me on that. But because I don't drink, because I don't use, I have a chance today. And that's what Recovery Out Loud means, is today we have a chance, and we have to spread that. There is a better way. It's going to be hard, but you fight through it, and you come out the other side And, love you guys. And thank you so much for being up here today with us. And, one more round of applause for. And, we're gonna take, another break because we get a lot of breaks in this. We're gonna back, to get coffee and use the bathroom and, we'll be back here at 3:45.
Let's go. Where's everybody at? If you matter, then don't have a seat and pay attention, and we all matter.
Yeah. Okay, so welcome, everyone. So I'm very excited to have my friend Kendall come up and talk next. Now, I think I might be the best person ever in introducing Kendall. I've done it a lot. And, Kendall is one of my favorite people. Kendall has walked 500 miles for mental health. He's an amazing human with an amazing story that, really goes out and does what you think is the impossible. So without any further ado, I'm gonna have Kendall come up and share. How about it?
First off, huge shout out, thank you to Never Alone Recovery Freedom Fest for putting on this event. Thank you to all the sponsors who came out. Thank you to Mike, thank you to Daniel and Crystal, just everybody, y'all are absolutely incredible. Recover Out Loud, they were just talking about that on the video, sitting here looking at my hoodie, like, yeah, we're literally recovering out loud out here. Nobody's alone, and I just want us all to remember that. Today, in a metaphorical sense, since my topic is overcoming obstacles, I've done Toastmasters, I've had best speeches and everything like that. I did not write a speech because I want this to be an obstacle in itself. But I did put bullet points to go off of. So first obstacle is getting out of my comfort zone. I get nervous every time I get on the stage. Every time I go up to people and talk, I get nervous. Believe it or not, people tell me I'm not shy, but I have social anxiety and awkwardness. I just can't go up to people and talk. I have a very hard time doing that. But I'm grateful and thankful to be here. God is good all the time. All the time, God is good. Recovery is important. My name is Kendall Ray Edwards. I am openly and actively in recovery, 81 months drug-free as of January 12th this year. I've been 7 years on April 12th, 2019. That was the day that I decided to change my life, doing a 5-year prison sentence. Now we're going to backtrack and we will come back to that. I'm going to share a little bit about myself and then tell you some of the obstacles I've come over. I grew up in a Christian household. Every Sunday morning, Sunday night, Wednesday night, I was in church. I did church plays. I was in private school and homeschooled up until 5th grade was my first year in the public school. So I was very, very protected and sheltered growing up pretty much. Despite being in a Christian household, before I ever knew what drugs or anything was, I had a very big addiction to lying and stealing. Everything, even when it came to drugs and everything that I ever did, all of my addictions boiled down to an addiction I still have, and that's an adrenaline rush. I love a fast heartbeat, but instead of chasing it in light destructive ways, I chase it in better ways like skydiving, stuff like that. Jumping out of the plane, 18,000 feet, baby. But no, I grew up in a Christian household, super structured. It was kind of weird. We lived at an Atlantic self-storage, which was a storage facility. We did not live in the storage units. My parents managed the facility and we had an apartment above the stairs. This is where I got into the stealing aspect, which led to the lying and everything like that. All the people that couldn't be there every month to pay their bills, we had this giant book with hundreds of credit card numbers. By the time 11 or 12 years old, I had like probably closer to $15,000 in credit card fraud. I had accumulated a massive pornography addiction through that I would go to church and hand out all the passwords to all the porn websites to all my people at church. Not proud of that, but that's just where I was. It was my mom getting phone calls like, hey, did you know your son did this to my son? My mom's like, what's going on? I remember one time I came home from school and my mom had completely destroyed my room and found all these little pieces of paper with all the credit card numbers. Doing it the first time was wrong, but where I did get caught is I had access to all these credit card numbers and I still went and took my mom's. And she caught up and found all these numbers. Whatever, got addicted to lying and stealing. I grew up in a good household. My parents, I think, are 37 plus years married still to this day. My dad was disabled at a very young age, so
even though he was in my life, there was like a close relationship. So I guess that could be part of some of the reason I acted out the way I did. Not sure. I was sexually abused in the church at a very, very young age. Didn't understand the severity of that till a few years later after we ended up going to another church, getting this Little Debbie vendor that gave me all the boxes of Little Debbies that couldn't be on the shelf, but were still good to eat. One of my main addictions was cosmic Christmas tree brownies. And by 12 years old, I think I was like 198 pounds, size 36 men's pants, very uncomfortable with myself, no self-esteem, anything like that. That led me to my freshman year of high school, understanding the severity of what happened when I was younger, not liking my life. I had saved up all of my lunch money, bought a gun from a kid at school, had a bullet in it. I went behind some garages in my apartment complex, had a little talk to myself, said that the world would be a better place without me. Cocked the gun, put it to my head, pulled the trigger, it did not fire. I turned around and it fired. I threw the gun in the woods, ran home and cried myself to sleep, didn't really understand. Because I didn't think I was still supposed to be there. With that being said, I turned it around. I ended up getting into music in the church. I ended up leading a church praise band. I play guitar, piano, I write songs, I sing and I rap. And the first person I ever got high with was the bass player in my church praise band. Maybe crazy enough. First person I ever got high with. He used to stay at my house, like we would stay at each other's house for weeks at a time, just to hang out and do all this stuff. And then when drugs and stuff got involved, he started meeting a different crowd of people and he got involved in the gang lifestyle. He actually joined a gang, was rocking a flag and everything like that. I was like, man, these guys are cool. I want to do this type of stuff. So I was like, hey, how do I join? So for like the next 2 months, I did a lot of stupid stuff that I probably shouldn't say out loud. That I never got caught for, just to prove myself to these people before I was able to get beat up by 5, 6 people just to be a part of something. They were going to jump me and say, dude, just beat me up. And that's how I was ready for it. I was excited for it. I was like, yeah, this is going down guitar or something. 2 days, I was supposed to get jumped in on Friday. It was a Wednesday night. I ended up going to church. I was still underage. 2 of the main guys in that gang went to a prison for armed robbery of a liquor store. I was supposed to be their driver, but they understood because I was underage with my parents. They ended up letting me go to church, said I could do that last mission another day. I decided at that point, I loved the thug lifestyle, but I didn't want to do anything. So I got into like more solo crime. I would break into all these houses by myself and I would do all this stuff. That was more of my addiction. I've done a lot of drugs. I've never put a needle in my mouth. I didn't like pills. I didn't like a lot of things. I was addicted to breaking into people's houses. Whether it was stealing or not, whether I was getting high or not, I broke into houses to cook myself food, do the dishes for me, just to say that I've done. I fed people's dogs and everything. It was the adrenaline going through that door to see if I could get away with it. Well, I think just this past week, I've seen 3 different things on the news where home intruders have been shot and killed for breaking into people's houses. That's a thing. I could have been shot and killed every single time in one of those houses and would have been completely right on those people. It's crazy. I did graduate high school with the lowest GPA in my school. And that was pretty much because I think I heard somebody else say it earlier about like how they just wanted to pass you or whatever. They knew I wasn't dumb. I just didn't apply myself. I didn't do homework. I was probably one of the smarter kids in my school. If I would have applied myself, I probably would have done very, very well. I just didn't care about myself. I didn't care about the people around me unless they were into the bad things that I was into. Don't get me wrong. Every Wednesday night I was still at church playing in the praise band, and then Thursday I was kicking indoors. My life was like I'm like a walking contradiction, actually. I walked across America and to this day I still smoke cigarettes. Like I'm literally a giant walking contradiction. It doesn't make no sense. Crap, I introduced myself. I told myself I'm gonna get up here and be like, I'm Forrest Gump. But I didn't. Every single thing we go through in life, I guess, is an obstacle in some type of way or not. It can be good obstacles, it can be bad obstacles. Like I said, I grew up in a good household. I went through a lot of obstacles that I didn't have to. I chose to put myself in positions and learn the hard way when I really didn't have to. A lot of people grow up in bad households, introduced to things at very young ages. And to anybody that didn't grow up with the proper love and care and support that they did from the day they were born, I'm sorry. I love you and I care about you. And I'm thankful and grateful that you are here today. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. So lots of learning and stealing before the drugs. When I did get really heavily addicted to drugs, it was stuff that I could go buy at gas stations and pharmacies. I was addicted to Spice, the K2, that people used to make and sell at gas stations. And I was addicted to Coracine and cold cough medicine that I could go buy at any pharmacy. I got up to the point where I was doing 4 boxes of triple C's a day. That's 64 pills a day on top of smoking anywhere from 20 to 30 grams of K2 a day. My organs weren't functioning every time I could drink a gallon of water, have to pee for like 5 hours. It would still take me 20 minutes sitting on a toilet to pee. I don't have those problems anymore, thank God. Thank God for restoration in the body. But I was destroyed. This was like my senior year of high school. Like all this was young. I got off of that stuff shortly coming out of high school. But I just fell in love with the criminal aspect. Now I will say my mom always told me your sins will always find you out. God. I got locked up so many times back to back that honestly I didn't even have time to go down the path to get crazy addicted to hard drugs because I was always locked up for doing stupid stuff. To this day, I have 13 felony convictions, a ton of misdemeanors. I've been in county jail 11 times, in prison twice. I've tried to take my life twice and I overdosed. But I'm here today for a reason. I've overcome obstacles because other people need to hear my story. I know I don't have the best story. I don't have the worst story. More people have been through a lot more than I have. I'm not here to pretend like I've been through the worst or anything like that. But I'm grateful for my life. This journey, it's been really hard for the last 4 years. And I was just doing the math the other day. So when I did my 5-year prison sentence where I changed my life, I got locked up August 9, 2017, and I got out November 6, 2021. If you put the time in the days, that's exactly 1,550 days on my longest sentence. From November 6, 2021, when I got released to right now, it's 1,441 days. I'm less than 10 days till I match the time that I did 5 years out of prison. The longest I had gone before that without my hands in handcuffs and being a free man in a 10-year period was less than 10 months. So out of 120 months, 10 years from 18 to 28, I did less than 10 months as a completely free man. And I still wasn't living the right lifestyle. 2013, I was doing a year in the county jail when I read a newspaper article about a guy who had walked across America and fell in love with the story, knew I wanted to walk across. Still had obstacles to go through. Got out in 2014, found him on social media, said I was going to take off January 1st, 2015 after he recommended walking for crosses. Once again, the contradiction thing, I was going to walk for lung cancer. And at that point, I was smoking 2 packs of Newports a day. And I don't smoke nearly that much now. But I was going to walk for lung cancer and cerebral palsy. This should be gave me some stories. And I was like, that's what I'll walk for. Ended up getting into some situations. This girl I was dating, we ended up both taking a bunch of cough medicine. Ended up getting roofied by this truck driver in our neighborhood who I went outside to smoke a cigarette, got in a fight with neighbors, got jumped by like 6 people, and I went to jail. And they held my girlfriend hostage and a bunch of crazy stuff happened. They didn't get charged with it. It was nuts. That kind of destroyed my mental health to know that I put somebody through that situation. Because of all of that, I got to probation. I was not able to take off January 1st, 2015 to go walk across America for those different causes. God's time is real. That's the reason he makes us wait, right? So instead of January 1st, 2015, instead of doing everything I need to do to try to take off, or even then 6 months later when I finished the probation, January 1st, 2015, I find myself in Kenny Farms, Florida, a small retirement community that the girl that I was dating left me for my drug dealer. We were supposed to hang out New Year's Eve. I ended up sleeping in the woods right next to her grandma's house because I didn't have the key to her grandma's salon shop that we always hung out in. There's one brick building in this community, and it's a salon shop and a post office. So I wake up with the rain on me like 10 in the morning on New Year's Day, 2015, and I'm like, I need to go somewhere. I want to get like soaked. So I decided since I don't have a key, I'm just going to walk into the lobby of the post office and hang out. And then I realized I needed to charge my phone. And then I realized I'm so tired that I didn't want to fall asleep inside the lobby of the post office. So I just started checking doors, and the little teller booth where you talk to people just slid open. They didn't lock them. So I climbed inside the post office. First thing I saw was a check on a counter that somebody had slid through the little thing. And I was like, I know a gas station that'll cash that for me. And then I turned around and saw all this mail from the other side. Like, were you like your box to open? I had access to it. So first thing I grabbed was like a Christmas card, and it had like either 20 or $100. There was quite a few Christmas cards, but I saw that and I'm like, oh my gosh, it just clicked. I grabbed one of those postal bins, started taking everybody's mail. Called somebody to get me, got away with it the first day, went back the very next day and broke into the post office again. And that's when I broke into the safe and everything like that. Somebody came to check their mail, heard me and somebody inside the post office called the cops. That's when the FBI, the Secret Service, and like 40 cops show up and canines and all that. I never got charged federally. When I tell you that God's been prevalent in my life, he's been prevalent in my life for very, very heavy reasons. I broke into a federal building, stole a lot of federal mail and people's stuff. A lot of the person that was with me took a lot of that stuff. They never got all that stuff back. I did 18 months, which I got in trouble in prison for smoking K2. Me and my bunkie had smoked. I was walking to breakfast at 4 a.m. and I completely blanked out. I was walking circles in the grass in front of the attendant's office, and my bunkie fell out and had a seizure at the exact same time in the same line. So and they knew we were bunkies. They put both of us. I woke up. I had my little flashlight in my eyes. They're like, "What's going on?" They put me in confinement. I was supposed to do 50 days in confinement. I ended up doing 20 days. They took me out of confinement, took me from an adult camp to a youth offender camp, which is really backwards. I ended up going to a boot camp program. It's just like the military without the fighting and the weapons. You had to get up early. You had to run obstacle courses. You had to do all this stuff. 4:30 every morning, all of us were out on a field with a formation doing crazy workouts and then duck walking to breakfast. And it was painful. But I did that, got out of prison early. I was supposed to go into a rehab program for 2 years straight out of that. But because of that program, like it was amended, you're supposed to be released to the streets instead of to another program. So I was just on probation. So got out of prison early. Instead of going into an inpatient rehab, they just put me on probation. You know, like I was in a pretty good position. I violated probation 3 times that year. And third violation, I'm the only person I've ever really seen it happen to. I had a violation of probation. I had a bond over it. And it was like 6 days before Christmas. It was the only time my parents ever paid a bond. It was like $500. And when I went back to court, they wanted to take me to prison. They're like, "Yeah, you've been messing up too much." And I was like, "I can't go back to prison." And they were like, "Well, what about that rehab that you're supposed to go to?" I was like, "Hey, do I have to sit in county jail to wait for bed?" They're like, "Actually, you're on probation. You can wait on the streets." I said, "Sign me up." I ended up going in front of the judge a few minutes later, and the judge completely dropped that case with a whole year of probation left. Never seen that happen before. So when I tell you that God's been present in my life, I've had a lot of divine intervention that shows me I'm here for a reason and that I have purpose. And these are just some of the obstacles that I've been through. I know I'm sharing more of my life story than just talking about obstacles. I apologize. Lost one of my best friends. I seized in his garage. He lived in my neighborhood, best friend. We hung out every single day. Seized in his garage, never talked to him since that day. I tried to join the military. I was in the delayed entry program with the Marine Corps for like 9 months. I lived with my recruiter for 2 months. I took his gun and robbed my best friends for K2 because they used to make it. I've been hit by a car. I've been dragged by a car. I've had 6 guns pulled on me. I've tried taking my life twice. I'm here for a reason, man. I swear I'm here for a reason. I used to hate myself. I literally used to think the world would be a better place. I know I'm not the only one that's had that thought. If you've ever had that thought, I'm so grateful thinking that you're good, Dave. It's not everybody gets to make it back from that. So I'm walking across America now for mental health awareness and recovery. 9,565 miles walked. I started Jacksonville Beach, Florida, January 1st, 2022. I walked 3,292 miles, 13 states, coast to coast to Long Beach, Washington. Put my feet in the Pacific Ocean, April 12th, 2023, which doubled as my 4-year drug-free day. From there, I took a little break. Then I was like, you know what? I'm unfulfilled with what I had done. I need to do some more walking. So I ended up going back out to Washington. Walked up to the northwestern point of Washington, and I met some bikers in Fort Washington that were biking a whole box around America to all 4 corners. And I was like, even if I don't do a box, I would love to walk to all corners. So I was like, I went on Facebook. I was like, guys, what I'm going to do from here is I'm just going to walk the entire West Coast down to the southwest point of California. Then we'll walk back to Florida and down to the southernmost and then up to Maine. And that's what I did. And it's been an incredible journey, guys. I got to meet a lot of cool people. I got to have a lot of cool experiences, but it's been very challenging. I know Johnny, when he introduced me, said some people might think it's impossible. In reality, I have modern technology. I have people driving by me all day long. I'm on paved roads and everything like that. Doing a journey like this. You want to talk about obstacles? Lewis and Clark had obstacles, man. They had to cut down their trees on the way. They had to eat plants, and people in their troop died trying to figure out life, and they had to document it all. And I had the easy walking across the country. The only reason society is here is because people did it the hard way and never gave up. So how can I give up? People who did it for that long, never gave up through the hard times. Got a hernia on the journey. That was really, really hard. In Alabama, I ended up walking to Colorado with it. By the time I made it to Oklahoma, it was so bad I had to get a hernia belt. I had to push it in every day, put this hernia belt on. And the thing was so tight on you, every mile you walked, you chafed, and it was just a very painful thing. Many days on the side of the hot concrete, literally laying down, crying because it hurt so bad. But I kept going, never gave up because I told myself that I was going to do something. I wanted to do it. By the time I made it, so I ended up going to Oklahoma. I think it's long. So I ended up making to Oklahoma, meeting the girl we dated for like 3 years on this journey. She just broke up with me this past year, 2 days before our 30th anniversary. Another obstacle we're overcoming. But by the time I made it to Colorado, my hernia got so bad. She came in, I got emergency medicated, got surgery. She came back. I healed up. I have 120 miles walked from Oklahoma City back to her house, undocumented on the journey, just to make sure I was healed up enough to go back. One of my hardest obstacles. I'm a Florida boy, guys. I had never seen snow in my life until the winter of 2022. I picked back up after my hernia surgery on November 9th, 2022 in Manitou Springs, Colorado. The very next day I saw snow falling in the sky for the first time. A week later, I was in the highest incorporated city in America at 10,152 feet of Leadville, Colorado, and negative 11-degree weather and over a foot of snow on the ground. And I hiked it outside. People gave me all kinds of jackets and stuff, but at the end of the day, it's a mindset. It was just a mindset of pushing through this, just an obstacle, but it's able to be overcome. It's gonna suck. It's not gonna feel good, but I'm gonna go get it. And that was my mindset with it. Push through. The longest stretch I had with nothing in between was the Mojave Desert, 88 miles from Amboy, California to Primm, Nevada. Absolutely nothing in between. I camped on the side of the road. It was like 90+ degrees. Asphalt was up to like 140 degrees. Luckily, I walked so fast. You know, if I didn't walk fast, my shoes would have melted. Literally, like I walked that fast that my shoes probably would have melted if I would have walked slower. Made it through that. I pushed myself through all these boundaries that people think you can't push through, but it's really just the mindset. You tell yourself you can, and you actually have a desire and passion. Not everybody has a desire and passion to go walk the Mojave Desert or through the mountains of Colorado in the snow, or even to the next town because we got all this. Not everybody desires it. That's okay. You don't have to. I got it. I'll walk for all of you. I don't care. I'll keep walking. No matter. We're just overcoming these obstacles. But every obstacle I've overcome, something amazing has come out of it. The fact that I've continued this journey, got to connect with these people, like, you know, and it felt kind of weird because normally when I do a speech, like I'm the content creator, but we're all content creators. So it's like really, really cool to connect with people that I've been talking online with for so long. An obstacle in itself, like meeting somebody from online, let alone a whole group of people that are like-minded, it's absolutely incredible, and I'm beyond grateful. This journey's had a lot of cool stuff. I've had hernia, bad weather. I've walked in the snow and the sleet and the rain, thunderstorms, rainstorm, everything like that. Bad roads. I've walked the entire Pacific Coast Highway. If any of y'all know about that, it's a very tight 2-lane road with nothing but hills and drops down to the ocean. Just other obstacles, challenges that we just kept pushing through. But it's led to some really incredible opportunities. I walk for mental health awareness and recovery. Now I kind of want to explain something here. So when we say that we walk in remembrance, I don't just say the words. This is what I have. This shirt right here is 180 names, 90 on the front, 90 on the back, of people that are no longer with us due to mental health and or recovery issues, drug overdose, suicides, etc. Even though they're no longer with us, they're still being remembered and getting the journey of a lifetime, where the 180 on each edition stands for taking a 180-degree turn in the opposite direction from those things that are taking the people that we love and care about. As somebody who has tried to take my life twice and overdose, been in county jail 11 times, in prison twice with 13 felony convictions, that's a 180 I've taken in my life. I'm very grateful and thankful for it. Sadly, we're about to finish the 25th edition of this shirt. That's over 4,400 names that people that follow my journey have submitted if their loved ones no longer with us. I want to give a minor example. This is just the first 10 editions on the banner. 1,800 names right here of people that are no longer with us due to mental health and or recovery issues. It's a real thing, and it's not just random people. These are people's mothers and fathers, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, cousins, loved ones, spouses, best friends. addiction and depression doesn't discriminate on how old you are, where you grew up, the color of your skin, the money in your pocket, the shoes you wear. From the poorest of communities to the richest of communities, people are taking their lives, and it's heartbreaking. So I'm grateful and thankful to be able to walk in the rivers. They say that you die twice. The first time is when they bury you in the grave, and the second time is the last time that somebody mentions your name. The first one's already hard enough. We don't want anybody to ever have that second one, ever. And another one of the obstacles that we deal with on this journey, and any content creator, I'm sure you know this, is online bullying. People will come at you so hard when you're trying to do the right thing and put you down. You just got to keep going and keep pushing forward every single day. Once again, I'm just so grateful and thankful to be here. Since I've been doing this journey and I got employed through social media, I have 13 felony convictions and a bunch of things. As of January this year, all my court fines are officially paid off. After a lot of cases, it's been a long time of paying it off. I'm still working on some other things, but I'm here. I've overcome a lot of obstacles, and now I've made it to Key West, Florida on foot after walking the country multiple times. My next obstacle I have to overcome is walking from the southernmost point of Florida to the northeastern point of Maine. We have approximately 2,500 miles. We start part 4 on February 1st at the southernmost point in Key West. I'm actually going to be walking up through Charleston, South Carolina. So if anybody out here in the future wants to connect when I come up here, I would love to. I'll be coming up through here. Actually, I spoke with the chief yesterday, and it's not a guarantee, but there's a good chance I might be able to speak in the county jail out here. I'm from Florida. I've got to speak in 3 county jails in Florida so far. I've got to speak in like 5 schools across the country and over 50 different events. But at the end of the day, I'm not special. I'm just a regular dude who likes to walk and likes to talk a lot. I don't have all the answers, the solutions. None of us do, or none of us would have to be here right now. All I know is that I don't know what anybody's going through at any given time. Even if you tell me what's going on in your mind, maybe you didn't tell me everything, and I just have to move forward with kindness, love, positivity, and light. This is my message to everybody, and this is a sign that for the last week in Key West, I've been out there every single day holding it for an hour. This is a sign that's strapped to the front of my car when I walk across America, so everybody that walks by me or drives by me gets to see these 2 words. You matter. Because you never know what anybody's going through. Now, this sign has another sign that says you are enough. Whenever I show this sign to people, I mean it from the bottom of my heart, because I felt lonely and I felt hopeless. With a family, with a loving family and good friends and church people, all these people around me, I still felt hopeless and lonely and didn't think that my life was important. But I had to overcome that obstacle. I had to overcome depression. I had to overcome addiction. I had to overcome a life of crime. And now I'm 81 months drug-free here at Freedom Fest 2026, Charleston, South Carolina. With Never Alone Recovery, on February 1st, I'll actually start fundraising for them on my next portion of the journey, as I'm already fundraising for one nonprofit called Addicts Athlete. We're going to add a second fundraiser for Never Alone Recovery. So if any of y'all are following my journey and want to show some love and support, we definitely want to get back to these people that went so above and beyond and put this event together. This is absolutely amazing. So I know I talk a lot and I'm probably taking up my time. So y'all matter. Thank you so much. God bless. I love you, John.
I do not know anybody with more energy than that guy. I'm telling you, if you do not follow Kendall, start following him immediately. You don't love Kendall, start loving him immediately, because he's just one of them guys. And I love the brother, and I'm glad that you're part of Freedom Fest, part of my life, and man, part of the family. Okay, so where are we at? Where are we at? I think we got something big coming up in a minute. Okay, so we are going to have a performance. 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, we're gonna take a 5-minute break, and then we're gonna be right back. And this is we've got a performance from Skylar Ray coming up right now.
Are you guys doing good? It does sound a little bit better, buzz, yeah. Hold on. There's still a buzz. We're trying to figure out the new monitors. You guys get the buzz as well? What is it? Oh, but. You want to just take it off? Yeah, you know, I can't reach it. Absolutely. No, we can run. So check it out. So look, my name is Skylar Ray. How you guys doing today? Hey! So look, I am joined today by Kayla. She is my significant other, my best friend, my partner in crime. The buzz sounds a little bit better. It's still there, but if we can't figure it out, we don't rock with it, okay? But it's okay. It's okay. Walk with God, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. So look, I am joined by my significant other, my best friend, and actually the star of the show. So can we make some noise for Kayla one time? You guys, she's an absolute powerhouse, and she's just so amazing to me in the community and everything else. If you guys don't know, she's a normie, everybody, okay? So she puts up with me, right? Yeah. Check it out. So look, what we are doing right now is we are currently on the Road to Recovery tour. And what we do is we bring recovery focused concerts to jails, prisons, and rehabs around the country. We have done over 120 stops so far. Yeah. It's been absolutely amazing because look, check it out. We have been able to do all types of tours. We have been lucky enough to tour with big name artists. We've been able to rock arenas. We've been able to travel outside of the country doing music. And the thing about it is nothing compares to being able to do shows for the recovery community, or people that are incarcerated, or people that are starting early on in recovery, because that's when the impact matters the most. Right? The fact that when I'm in a room and filled with people and, you know, what you say, everybody can relate to it. When other people speak, that you can relate to them. Okay, it is absolutely a beautiful journey, guys. It has been taking off. I just celebrated 7 years clean on December 6th. You know, like many people here, I would have never thought I made that far. I didn't get into recovery to be in recovery. I thought recovery was corny. I thought it was cliche. I definitely didn't want to get around and start talking about feelings and share myself and meet people. To me, that sounded lame, guys. It really did. But now that I'm a part of it, I was like, yeah, this is actually really nice. Now I know why everybody does it, right? I remember I originally got clean for music. So if you guys ever see my logo, not the We to Recover logo, but if you ever see it, it's a microphone with wings. And the reason for that is music saved my life. It truly did. I fell in love with music in 1999 when I first heard Eminem. Okay, when he was coming out on the scene, and I was like, I don't want to do that. Right? Started making music at 11 years old. Okay, I was left on the floor at 9. I went to foster homes, bounced around a lot. I was homeless at 18. I was sleeping on sidewalks in downtown Portland, Oregon, shooting dope, in and out of jail, in and out of prison. Okay, and that is where I found myself. Right? I was an IV drug user, strung out, weighing about 120 pounds. Right? Good thing I probably had a backpack on some stolen goods. If not, I probably would have blown away. Right? But check it out. I was on my prison bond and I started asking myself, what's what I want to do when I get out? And I answered the question before I even finished it. Mind you, I'm talking to myself. And so there's no need to lie, no need to impress your friends, nothing like that. I'm talking to myself and I'm having this conversation on my prison bond. I'm getting ready to turn 28. I'm getting close to the age. I'm getting released. And, you know, I started thinking, well, what is my best chance with music? I've been doing music 18, 17 years at this point, right? No one cared. I had no traction. I had like 40,000 streams. Like at those shows, no one would come. I would have to buy tickets just to give it away, just to get people to get to the shows. No one really cared, right? But to me, it meant the world. I started asking myself, what is my best advantage with music? What's something that I've never done with my music before? I have never done it sober. I've never done it clean. Right? Abstinence of drugs, alcohol, even at an early age. My brother was 4 years old, so when he started smoking, I started smoking. When he started drinking, I started drinking. 13 years old, I'm smoking and drinking in the parking lot, getting stuck around the back of the club and coming and perform, right? And it's always been involved with my music because that was always around me, like most of us, right? So I remember thinking to myself,
if I'm gonna do this, I owe that 9-year-old boy that had these dreams of doing music. I owe him an honest shot. So if I'm gonna do it, I need to commit to myself. I need to have integrity. I'm not talking about doing it just because the probation officer's in town. I'm not talking about having time to go visit my mom later. I'm talking about doing it when nobody is looking. And so I doubled down on that, guys. I got clean for music, but nowadays I stay clean because the life that recovery has provided for me, I refuse to give up on. I fell in love with my life. I have everything that I've ever dreamed of. With that being said, are you guys ready for some music? Check it out. Hold on a second, 1 second. It's crazy because how many people have lost somebody due to addiction? That should be everybody here. The crazy thing is they say nobody gets out alive. Yes. I'm ready. They say nobody makes it out alive. Someone gets out alive. That's what they say, right? They say no one will survive. But you have to pay the price. Just a moment of time. No one gets out alive. No one gets out alive. I was looking the sky was great. I think the base take the case of two different. But cut the truth, I got to take it, cut the roots, they do it, don't the meeting, some of the loops, the meeting, the thinking, the meeting, the root, the sticking, the stone, the They say nobody makes it out alive, but yet we did it, right? We care. And as long as we take it day by day, we can continue to show that recovery is possible. Can I tell you guys quickly how me and Kayla met?
Yeah.
Can I tell you that? Because we are from opposite worlds. I'm telling you this. Check it out. If you guys are like me, most of your family didn't deal with addiction, right? Your mom, your dad, your brother, and sister, whoever's involved, that's all you've been surrounded by. That's why we started early on, because that seemed normal. Right? So I'm getting out of prison at 28 years old. And I used to walk around the labs with this guy. We didn't really talk much, but I liked walking with him for the simple fact that we didn't have to talk all the time, right? And he gets out where he asked me, hey, when you get out, you're going to do music, right? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, well, you should let me manage you. And I hate managers because I feel like no one works as hard as me, so I don't want to give nobody a piece of my pie. Right? If I'm going to outwork somebody, why don't I give a piece of my pie? Right? And so that's the way I've always felt, right? So I was like, sure. You know, hit me up when you get out. And the crazy thing is I should have asked when he was getting out because he got out, I got out. And then not even a day later, he hit me up. He's like, hey, you free? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, me too. You should let me manage you. And I was like, oh, no. Okay, so now I gotta get to my word. Person, you don't ask somebody when they're deep out, right? Because it's rude. Some people are doing a long time. He got out like a day after me. How convenient is that? So I had to keep my words, and I'm glad I didn't. Because here's the thing. Kayla, you know, she don't like taking the bus. She don't like taking the bus. This guy don't like taking the bus. They never do, right? Well, Kayla happened to get into a car wreck like a couple weeks before, or maybe like a month before, right? So she was taking the bus to work. This guy's car was in the shop, so he was taking the bus. They met on a bus, and he was showing this music video I just dropped. And he's like, hey, check it out. This is my boy, Skylar Ray. Just did a music video and Kayla mentioned, oh, I sing. And he's like, I gotta connect you guys through. Right? So I meet Kayla. But first we start talking on the phone. And I'm telling you, I was so focused. We open for that. Thank you, muscles. Check it out. So we met. I said, well, let me buy you dinner. Let's talk about music. Right? I was not like most people who focus on something when they plan on getting out. That was never my intention, never my goal. I was like, my goal is chasing my dreams. I had wasted enough time. This is what I'm going to do. So we met at a diner called The Originals, downtown Portland off of 6th and Anarchy. And I remember I was sitting there and she came in. I was a little slow to get up. And she came in and I got up and, we sat down. And she sat down right across from me. And let me tell you this. I had a notebook and pen on her side and a notebook and pen on my side. And we started talking about music. We started talking about our dreams. And it's crazy because, thank you so much. Told you she's important. She really is. And check it out. So look, we're sitting down. We're talking about our things. And I'm like, tell me a little bit about you. She's like, oh, I went to Queens College. I'm classically trained, background in opera, music, dairy, lived in Italy, all this crazy stuff that seems so out of the ballpark, right? For anybody that I've ever known to experience anything like that. Just a whole distant world, right? We all come up in a trap house or go to jail or go to prison. That's like kind of like the ritual to become a man, right? And so here we are. She's like, well, tell me about you. And I was like, well, I just got out of prison and I'm a rapper. Right? I looked and I laughed, but as we got to talking, we realized what we had in common was so deep. Our bond over music and our love of music was definitely there. Back in 1999, when I was 9 years old and wanted to be a rapper like Eminem, she was a little girl with a hairbrush singing in the mirror wanting to be Mariah Carey. And so we sat there as strangers writing down goals and writing down things. And I was like, what if we did a song together? And then we kind of laughed. I was like, well, what if we did like a short EP, a couple songs? Like, we probably do a music video. And I was like, I think I know some promoters still. I was like, we probably get us a show or two. And we wrote down all these things. I'm talking about two strangers meeting over chili cheese fries at a diner called The Originals, downtown Portland, Oregon. And we're talking about our goals, dreams that are so scary that we are kind of self-conscious about it. And we're kind of looking down, we're kind of looking away to see who can kind of hear us, right? Because if your dreams aren't big enough, or if your dreams don't scare you, they're probably not big enough, right? There's both to scare you. And so here we are talking about the fast forward today. Just on this tour alone, we have done over 124 stops, okay? And that is the jails, prisons, and rehabs around the country. On top of that, we have been able to rock arenas. We have been able to travel the world together. We have been able to do such beautiful things and be able to do music full time. All those dreams we talked about and wrote down on that notebook is two awkward strangers together. We are making it happen, guys. We are engaged. We're getting married in Hawaii coming up in April. I'm telling you what, she might have been able to envision it. I can envision it, but I never knew how I was going to get there being an addict. Using dirty needles, getting Hep C, locked up. I was the type that would last 3 days, get back locked up, come out for 6 days, go do another 9 months, get out for another 6 days, go do another 9 months. That was a real stint. I would last as long as it took for the warrant to come out. They would know where to find you, where the homeless go, right? Even the food lines. Right, so with that being said, this next song is Here's to Us. Here's to us, here's to life, here's to let sacrifice. Here's to us, here's to life. Here's to making the sacrifice. Here's to us. Here's to life. Here's to making the sacrifice. I'm walking these streets, surviving alone. Holding on my soul. I felt so long,
My balcony's golden, golden down my soul. I put myself, I don't know what I was living for. Know what to do, I know what to do. If I don't know do you know what to do? I didn't know what to do. My you. Everything I learned, everything I feel, personality, personality. You know that you know that you know that it's what it is what it do. That's what you want to make it into. Or you be up like what you gonna do. You want to get your own time against me. I want to ain't doing it. I was really got the right from the house. I'm gonna fell asleep like 5 to 8 people. I was trying to do the right to the left, left, right to the side. You split from the way down. There's a lot of things, I've seen a lot of things all back and forth like YouTube. I'm gonna make some noise. South Carolina, how we doing tonight? You guys are absolutely beautiful. Did I tell you guys that Taylor was the star of the show? I'm telling you guys. I have been in some crazy situations. I heard one time we're opening up for Kevin Gates' Spokane Arena, packed arena, 10, 15,000 people. And I underestimated how big the stage was. I was running like you guys see me doing. And I swear for like the whole verse, I was running across the stage, I lost my breath. I looked up at the spotlight, I seen thousands of people, and I swear it was like time froze. I was like, oh, they hate me. I was like, oh God, I'm doing crappy, right? And I was looking at these people, I'm like, gee, like this is so embarrassing. I was like, nobody ever, I was like, oh my God, I'm in the middle of my verse. I was like, oh no. And only like, if you watch the clip, maybe like 5 seconds, 10 at most, but it felt like forever, right? And I'm up there and Kayla sees me struggling and she just comes hightailing it towards me. And she's rapping my verse and like, she instills confidence in me like you guys would never believe. You guys, she is an incredible person. There's nobody I would rather chase my dreams with. And the cool thing is she's so good and talented that I could botch every job and you guys would walk away like they were pretty good. That girl can sing, right? So Mama's little man is gonna ride those coattails all the way to the promised land. I promise you that. Check it out. Are you guys still having a good time? Check it out. How many people, you know what's crazy? So look, think about it like this. Nothing to do with addiction. If you were in the middle of the ocean, right? And you know, you're middle of the ocean, you're stranded, and you know, no one is around you. You feel like you can't tread water no more. You feel like you're gonna drown, right? You're out there. Well, here's the thing. What are you doing? Maybe you're praying to God, your higher power. Maybe you're hoping somebody comes and finds you, right? Because you can't do it yourself. You're literally not gonna be able to make it out in the middle of the ocean. You're most likely gonna drown. You know what the crazy thing about addiction is? When you are drowning in your addiction, nobody can save you but yourself. Okay, you can have a lot of help. You can have a lot of people doing a lot of things for you. But unless you are ready to make that change that is needed won't happen and it won't be sustainable for a long period of time. You gotta put in that work if you want a different life. I remember I used to be on the block. And I sounded a little something like this.
A national survey shows that Oregon has the highest rate of methamphetamine misuse in the nation, while also ranking first in the country for the percentage of youth that needs but is not getting treatment for substance use disorders.
We have lost way too many to this addiction, to this disease. But you are not alone. Check it out. The lights of an addict, I'm having an addict, I'm getting organic, my habits are organic, I'm like the Titanic, when all the Atlantic, feel like I'm burning on something in a minute. Yeah, goddamn it, I got it, I'm managing my brain, my body, sometimes this body can teach it itself to the point of nature. Feel like myself, but I offer myself, and offer it, and time I'm for it, now it's awkward, self, my answers, but this how hard I felt. Living in the doorway, dance, you tell that awful smell, I built the shell, I knew I was, damn, I was, the scary, because it personalized, the fictional type. Charleston, I need you guys to put your hands up. To an overdose, even if it's yourself. I need you to keep those hands high on the air. I need you guys to take a look around. Just know what you are doing to take advantage of your life is making a significant difference. Not for yourself, but for your community. I need you to be the difference maker that you are looking for. Don't wait for those opportunities, you gotta go out there and grab them. We didn't get clean just to settle. We didn't get clean because we're not ordinary. If you are in recovery and you are making out alive today, I don't care if you have 1 hour, 1 minute, 1 day, 1 month, or 1 year. If you can say you are clean right now, I want you guys to make so much noise on the count of 3 that the people in the neighborhood businesses know that you are in recovery and they are proud of you. So on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. That's what I'm talking about. You guys are absolutely incredible. You guys are beautiful. Are you guys ready for some more music? Yes, sir. Indeed. Check it out. I want to say thank you guys for all being here. It means the world. Like I said, I would take this over Packed Arena any day. Not saying I'm in Packed Arenas all the time, but I get the opportunity to do, experience that, and this is way better. 100 times better. You guys be proud of yourself. You guys are amazing. You guys are beautiful. There's nothing like being in a room full of people in recovery. Absolutely means the world. And honestly, this is what keeps me clean, guys. I really don't do meetings. I haven't done step work in a long time, right? I'll be open and honest. I'm always transparent when it comes to my recovery. This is my recovery. So thank you guys for showing up for me today. Thank you guys for showing up for yourselves today. Can we make some more noise? Check it out. We ready for the next one? How many people are ever gonna do something and you telling somebody something and they don't necessarily gotta have the solution, you wish that they would just hear you out. Am I right? You even know all these different situations, but you can hear me. And all like I had you been trying to feed my habit. Got something to play for 2 years and the traffic. Confrontation get habit. And if I play with magic on this farm is like a lesson in here. Like it's magic. Wow. And I get it. I get it. I ain't kidding. If my family has to miss the addiction, it's to restart the part of misery. It talks misery. I'm falling apart mentally. Mentally, addiction is taking over like an entity. You love the feeling, yeah. That's what they're telling me. They got us so long up, I can spell it. You break the spell and be chasing me like celery. It's not a touch for your resistance. How y'all feeling? Y'all feeling good? I hope so. Alright, check it out. We got a song that we normally perform for you guys. I'm excited for it. So check it out. Let me catch my breath. Mama's little man's tired. I don't know if you see me, but I was hanging from the ceiling. Hopefully you got it on the drone shots. Hey, if anybody asks you how what, just make sure you mention I'm at least 6 foot. That's important. I'm trying to, we break the stigma. Okay? Check it out. How many people have ever felt suicidal before? How many people know somebody that has committed suicide? I just want to let you guys know that you guys are beautiful, you guys are enough, and you guys are mattered. Not just to me, but to a whole lot of people. You ready for the next one? All right, let's get it. Let's get it.
It's not all, it's not all. Running around in my soul. And running around in my soul. And running around in my soul. It's not all, it's not all. With a needle in my arm, goddamn, I can't stand it. I never meant to hurt. But don't act like I planned it. Never meant to offend you. I never understand it. So dope for rampage. That's what it happens. I'm sent to the sky blanket with the reverse. I was stretching. I'm back to it. I burst the depression. When I think about back to it, there's something else I can't do it myself. See, I like to do something. I'm trying not to do it. I'll do it like I hate myself. Some days I wish I could erase myself. I hate myself. I hate myself too much. And running you want to work on something just better. Reach out. Somebody you love. It's not our fault. Because you are loved. Can we make some noise if you are still alive today? Full transparency. When that song was playing, I went over to Caitlin and I said, "That's my first time." Did you guys enjoy it? Thank you so much for letting us perform that for you. Seriously, thank you guys so much. I love you guys. I got some more music for you guys. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
You guys are beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Means the world. How many people out here got dreams? Okay. So you guys see how I'm the drug addict? Well, in recovery, right? Well, my brain's a little bit more fried. I switched up the thing sets. I keep going to kill. I'm like, what's wrong with putting? You guys are incredible, man. I just want to say thank you guys. So look, check it out. How many people are dreamers in here? Okay. Like I said, I'm a big dreamer. The dreams are a part of my recovery. That's the reason why I got clean. That is why I wake up hungry every single day and excited about life. Because I have another day to chase my dreams. Have you guys ever laid in bed and thought about dreams and the next thing you know, your alarm goes off and you wonder did I even fall asleep yet? Have you guys had that happen? This next song is for you, okay, guys? And I'm gonna need help on the hook too. Go ahead and get it, Caleb. Sorry. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. This goes out to all the dreamers. I'm looking in the mirror. Do what I want to see. Do what I in the mirror. That's everything I need. I'm looking in the mirror. Do what I want to see.
Spend the time and take what's mine. To put it on the line. Spend the time and take what's mine. Take I can't promise the what I need. I can't see. Can't breathe. I can't promise what I need. Like I never knew something about that when we make it and when they say just go by. Lately got me going to we did I take cause I can handle my way in the crash. Find out in the chamber run. Silent weapons, skeleton got me feeling like gelatin, developing guilt as a remorse settles in. Get every like I need me some work. I don't recognize the person under this shirt. Too much dirt. Too much hurt. I lay in bed awake with a headache, thinking of a better way to live the different day. Yes, I make a day, but this is what I'm after this. You get the way. This is the different day. I was trying to read my background. I want my birth to think I think the change was there. I want to make my waking up for that. And then I got a little bit more inside. And I realized I was first I should make it time for myself. I'm proud of every single one of you guys. I'm not going to break the example that we do each other. Seriously. Thanks for keeping me. If we still rocking, we have each other make some noise. Yeah. Y'all still with me?
Yes.
I bring Kayla up on stage. Kayla's already up on stage. But she can't hear me. I said, Kayla, can you make some noise for Kayla? I think you gotta make some noise for Kayla. Did you hear about that one? So look, every song that we have ever done before this is 100% original. 100% original. We come up with every day, all our ideas about our lives. And that's the way we like to spread recovery. When people go to meetings to talk about what's going on in their life, I put in the music. Okay? That is how I stay clean. But every song you heard before this, every song you heard after this, 100% original. And of course, I wouldn't be telling you this unless this next song coming up with a special exception. And the reason why I say this is the first and only cover song we have ever done. But it's not necessarily a cover because, first of all, have you guys ever heard the song Walk on Water by Eminem and Beyonce? Okay. So I scrapped Eminem's lyrics, probably not a smart move. But I scrapped Eminem's verses, was like, I want to put my own verses on there, right? And so I did that. And then I threw Kayla on the hook, right? And so the reason for that is because we do so much traveling and touring. Time checking real quick. Okay, we do so much time in traveling and touring. I tell everybody this. When we leave here, if you're ever going through anything, reach out to me. I will always answer my messages. Okay, I answer all my messages. All right. Also, you don't have to be necessarily doing that. If you just want to flex your recovery on me, holler at me. I want to see what you guys are doing. I want to be in your comment section yelling, let's go. That's what you're going to be doing, okay? And just know, whenever you reach out and have a message, your messages are 100% safe. They will never be used against you. They will never be repeated unless you want me to.
Because I believe in building a safe zone for people to reach out to when they are scared, when they're alone, when they feel fear, because I feel those every single day. I cry sometimes because I'm scared of figuring out how can I take this to the next level, because I'm so passionate about what I do. And I grind every single day. To grind every single day and go to bed and wake up in the same spot, it takes a lot. And that's what we do in recovery every day. Okay? This next song is called Walk on Water. You ready, Ken? Can we get it?
Oh, I ain't no Jesus. But only when it freezes.
It's a song that I'm feeling like to the outside, we're feeling right. Mind about success, it's about life, about insecurities. It's behind the microphone, people tell me I'm so I've been trying to come. But you wouldn't know it. My followers are afraid of the show. And do I continue to rise? Or will I collapse? So many people cheering for me. It's enough to relax. I try to relax. I'm stressed to the max. Saying I'm not some stacks if I'm not good enough. Then so be it. Whatever I can put it up, I hope I'm ready to see it. It's like this sometimes.
But I ain't no Jesus. I walk around, but only when it freezes. 'Cause I'm only human, just like you. I'm making no mistake, so if you only knew, I think so the way you do. 'Cause I'm terrified to let you down. Oh.
The song's been a lot. It's rushing and I'm like, I want to quit. I can't just for the do it much to do with song. I hope it's possible. Thinking so, maybe it's whatever. It's not right. Nowadays, it's like I'm in the spotlight. Kind of remain humble. This weight on my shoulder feels like I might crumble. And I can't lift it. They say that I'm gifted. I guess it's just a figment of my imagination. Destined for greatness, fueled by procrastination. Anticipation. And I can't breathe similar strangulation. I'm fighting for air. Where's the ventilation and my inspiration? Cause they're looking at me like a star in a constellation. I just hope to get back. What did I do? I'm far from a crook. I'm just like you.
But I ain't no Jesus. But only when it freezes. 'Cause I'm only human, just like you. I'm making no mistake, so if you only knew, I don't think you should believe it the way you do. I'm terrified to let you down. Oh, I'm drowning.
Yeah.
Okay, without the other emotions for a second, I heard a singing at the end, and I was lost in my little notes. It sounds so beautiful in here. I don't know if it's like the church atmosphere or what, but that was powerful. Can we give Kayla a round of applause? Check it out. We got 2 songs left for you guys, okay? Here's the deal. We got 5:15. We got time for a 5-minute story. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Check it out. I'm keeping track of that time. We can run it to 5:15, right? If not, we just overtake everybody and we stay up here anyways, okay? With your guys' help, I can't do it alone. All right, so check it out. So look, my buddy flew in from the East Coast, right? We're on Facebook Live and we got a show coming up and we're on Facebook Live like rappers are, right? Trying to promote stuff. And mind you, this song was made on a whole entire Facebook Live session from scratch, right? And we're talking about the show, and Kayla comes in and she's singing something like under her breath. And I was like, yo, what is that? She's like, I just thought of it. And I was like, well, keep the studio. We have the studio. What are you doing? Let's get in there. And we started making this song. Okay. And we broke everything, mixed it, produced it, mastered it, the whole 9 yards from scratch. And on Facebook Live, it took about 5 hours. It probably took about 2 hours. And I didn't hold everybody up. And let me tell you this. Kayla's so talented. We write the verses. Kayla's in and out 10, 15 minutes. My buddy King Hanson, we call him Wolves. It stands for winning over everything. Me and him, we meet up. Me and Kayla and him, we meet up all over the country. We just pick random places, get Airbnbs, and we make music. He's from Rhode Island, I'm from over in Portland, Oregon, right? We always tell each other, meet you in the middle, right? And so here's the deal. He's in and out too. He's like unbelievably talented. And I go in there, guys, and I'm struggling. I'm in there for about an hour and a half. Kayla, 10, 15 minutes. My buddy King Hanson, 10, 15 minutes. I'm in there for an hour and a half. I'm seeing all these comments pouring. Okay. And one thing the internet will let you know, if you're not good at something, the internet will let you know real quick. You're not going to fool the internet. You might get a couple of your buddies like, oh, that's fire. But like the internet will let you know it's not fire, right? And so like all these people were making fun of me because I was struggling to hit my verse. You guys ever want to cry and you got a lump in your throat and your nose is running and you kind of got tunnel vision, you can't focus, you ever looked at your phone or like a piece of paper and you really can't even read the words on the page? That was me. I wanted to cry, I wanted to give up. I was embarrassed because I wasn't at the same level as my peers at that given moment, and it hurt. To want something so bad and be the worst in the room broke me inside. Think about that. Embarrassed because I wasn't at the same level as my peers at that given moment. So here's the deal. I stuck with it. We hit the song, guys. And this was a few years ago. I know now we're at like 500,000 followers, whatever we're doing, right? But this is back when I only had like 90,000 followers, right? And this was like freshly out of prison a couple years afterwards, still trying to make things move. We finished the song. We shot the video the next day. We dropped it a week later and it took off out the gate. It did over 1 million streams in the first month. I don't want to say first week, that sounds crazy. But it's the first, let's call it the first month, so I'm right? So here's the deal. So it took off, and let me put that in perspective. To this day, even though we have 500,000 followers, whatever we got, right? My tracks come nowhere when I release a song, not even close to doing it. It is still my by far biggest song. And sitting at millions of streams. And to think that song almost never happened because I was embarrassed. I wasn't at the same level as my peers at that given moment because I wanted to give up. I adopted a new model. We're about to get to the same, we're about to get to these two songs. I adopted a new model that day going forward. You don't have to be the best in the room. You just have to be willing to outwork the person next to you. So that's what I did. Think about that. Let's get to the next one. This is called Hold Me Down. Everything that we do, and for the ones that loves their drinks to addiction, that went and overdose in the trap house and never made it out. I just walking all alone by myself, turning out the dark. My body and my soul, burning by road. Speak to me now. Finding out my God, you will not hold me down. I'm not finished by Take it. I walk through the make it. I had to make some for the nights I had nothing. Started from the bottom and I wasn't running. I was on everything I got coming for the person on the wall. I'll keep it 100. Never in the street. Put my own Check it out. We doing good? Yeah. Come down for the ages, I'm coming through the pages. This is for my brother and those locked in the cages. Situation that faced us. Our time could have made us feel the pain through the phases. Lost a lot of people and I can still see their faces. So we put on our shirts, the names on our bracelet. Got friends still in the streets and I bring it, they make it. Addiction isn't. That's worth to the taking. My woeful report is a history in the making. I had to make some for all the nights I had nothing. Started from the bottom, now look at me running. I work on everything I got coming. For the country on parole, I'ma keep it 100. Kept it here to the streets. Put my voice on her feet. But want a team trademark LLC. Maybe have to replace that I used to sleep. For like ENT. Make some noise! Check it out. We got one last song for you guys, and we have to end it with this song. We have ended this song probably over a couple hundred shows with this song right here. Absolutely love it. It represents our love. Right? It represents our love and what we mean to each other. You guys, you get a chance to hop in our tour van. We got a little English bulldog, that's baby girl. I love her. Pound Cakes was my mom. We call her Cakes. She is everything to us. And we hit the road and we travel the country. We get into treatment centers and we get into rehabs and jails and prison. And we get a chance to do all this. And I look at Kayla and realize she's not even in recovery. She's doing this because she believes in me and wants to make a difference in the communities. There is nothing. You cannot understand this. We met as two strangers at a diner, called the originals on 6th and Anarchy. I remember the very first time I saw her, she walked in. I remember the outfit down to the detail what I was wearing. And I remember her coming in and she sat down and we talked about her goals. I wanted to be Eminem. She wanted to be Mariah Carey. We wrote down all these dreams and goals that were so embarrassing. We're afraid that people in the next pews or the next stalls would hear us. But we choked down some chili cheese fries and kept talking about them, okay? So here's the deal. This next song represents our love. It is called Heartbeat. Let's get it. Check it out, it's scary loving somebody when you only recently started loving yourself.
I can feel your heartbeat. I can feel your heartbeat. I can feel your heartbeat coming out of place that you are. Down here alone. I can feel your heartbeat coming out of way that I can go. I can feel your heartbeat. Down the highway, even though you're feeling breathing like you're living. We fly like a deep in the eyes, So this is my third time in life. I'm a great self and
You're absolutely incredible. I want to say thank you guys for having us out. Thank you guys for sticking around for this. Did you guys enjoy yourselves?
Yeah.
You can try to keep it all out on the stage.
Yeah.
And I want to say thank you guys for receiving me. Thank you guys for loving me. And thank you guys for supporting my dreams and keeping me clean. And I want to let you guys know this. When you leave here today, you guys got a friend in me. I promise you that. I give you my cell phone number. I give you my social media. Reach out anytime you want. And if I see it, I'm on it. Okay? And for some reason, if I don't see it, I get over 100 messages a day. So if I don't see a message me again. And I'll go ahead and get a hold of that, okay? I love you guys. And come to me as possible. Guys, this is Freedom Fest first annual year. So if you enjoyed yourself, I need you to make some noise. I love you guys. Thank you.